Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the GCP Joint Assembly. The first item on the agenda is election of chairperson. Can I call for nominations for that role, please? Councillor Thornbury.
I'd like to propose Councillor Timbick.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Any further nominations? Therefore, can I ask all in favour of Councillor Timbick taking the role of chair for the coming year, please indicate accordingly. Thank you. Just for the record, any against? Any abstentions? No, thank you. I duly declare Councillor Timbick elected chair of the Joint Assembly for the coming year.
Good morning, everyone. I will take us straight to the second item on the agenda, which is the appointment of a vice chairperson. Could I call for nominations to that position? You may. Is there a seconder?
I'd like to second Councillor Katie Thornbury.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Are there any other nominations? So I can't remember how you just did that, but could I just see a vote of affirmation, given there are no other candidates? Thank you. So Councillor Katie Thornbury is elected as vice chairperson. Well, thank you very much for your confidence in the outgoing team, which is now the incoming team. Obviously we have a lot of work to do on today's agenda, so look forward to your cooperation to making that as swift and as concise and as effective as it usually is. I'd like to formally welcome a new member of the Joint Assembly this time, County Councillor Graham Wilson. Graham could raise his hand over there. He is replacing Councillor Alex Beckett on the Joint Assembly. So welcome, Graham. Graham, do you want to say something about your area of representation?
Thanks, Tim. I'm the County Councillor for Conventress and Huntingdon South, so I'm one of the councillors who doesn't live in Cambridge, although I did come on the bus to Cambridge today, and it took me an hour and a half from home. So the quicker we can do something about making connections to Cambridge, the better as far as I'm concerned. Been a county councillor since 2009, so quite a long-serving county councillor. Thank you.
Most welcome, Graham. Thank you. I'd like to record our thanks collectively to Councillor Beckett, who has now become the County Council substitute member on the Executive Board. So I'm sure you'd like me to convey our thanks to him as a contributor to this part of the GCP. The next item we have is apologies for absence. Could I ask Democratic Services for any of those?
Thank you, Chair. There are apologies from Councillor Heather Williams and Heather Richards.
Thank you very much. And as I think someone already observed, there's therefore no one called Heather on the Assembly today, so that's a first for some time. I've been given by Councillor Heather Williams some comments that which she's requested that we insert into the discussion. But that's all for this afternoon's part of the agenda, and we'll make sure that we have a go at doing that. Item 4, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that any member of the Assembly wishes to declare? Okay. Well, if you think again about that and there is something, then do so at the item concerned. We then come to item 5, minutes of the previous meeting, and I'm going to ask for confirmation of those, but I think there has been one request for a change.
Yes, on page 7, during the discussion about the Horningsea Greenway, and particularly after the discussion about connections to the Whittlesford station, I did raise the point about whether the Horningsea train station in Waterbeach, whether the Horningsea Greenway could be considered up to that Waterbeach station because of our desire to have train bike options wherever there's a train station. So I wondered if the sentence could be added to the that discussion.
So I think it's customary to just check that with Nick, who took the minutes.
That's fine, Chair. In the last bullet point of that item and the first sentence, we can add to the end of that sentence to reference that.
Okay, are members agreement with that? Some nods, so thank you for that. Are we therefore in a position to approve the minutes of the last meeting? Thank you. Approved. Simon. Thank you. We now, I'm now going to refer to questions. We have had 12 questions from members of the public, 3 of which are on our item about greenways, which we're going to take this morning, item 9, and then we've had another 9 questions on the making connections item, which will be this afternoon. The questions have been published on the website, and I think they've been sent to all members of the Assembly. I've also had, I'm going to take those at the point those items come on the agenda. We've also had a number of requests from members of partner bodies, the 3 councils, who wish to speak to us on items on the agenda, and so I will also feed that in at the appropriate time on the agenda. I've asked, given the number of questions, that members of the public asking questions should limit their questions to 2 minutes, and members of partner bodies should limit them to 3 minutes. And I think it's important that we do hear them, but we also need to remember that we have quite an enormous discussion to hold based on what they say and what other people say too. So item 7, petitions. We haven't received any petitions for this meeting. That takes us to the first substantive item on our agenda, which on page 17 of the report you will see is the quarterly progress report, and I'm going to ask Niamh Matthews to introduce that.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I introduce the report, can I introduce colleagues, Sarah Hayward, colleague from the finance team at the County Council, and Thomas Fitzpatrick to my right, who are here to support any questions. So a couple of things to draw out of the report. The first thing you'll see is a note around a procurement exercise that in partnership with the County Council we intend to undertake And I think the reason, aside from the governance, it's really important, I think, that we use this as an opportunity to kind of remind members of the scale and kind of specialist nature of the work that actually we're going to be undertaking in the next few years. So that procurement exercise is to support the kind of quite specialist nature of some of the projects that we'll be undertaking. And again, it's all in under the watchful eye of our accountable body, the County Council. The second bit, just to draw out, is progress around the Gateway review. So last time we spoke, we described that there was quite a lot of work to do in quite a short period of time. That still remains the case. But we have now engaged with some consultants, as was approved by the board, to support us with that work. The first kind of milestone around the work is what's called a mid-term report, but it's not a mid-term report. I'm not sure why the government are calling it that, which will be submitted to government in the autumn of this year. The sort of main content of that is a range of stakeholder engagement across the summer, essentially, but also the kind of key management information around how the projects are being delivered and expenditure, etc. So lots and lots of work for officers and the consultants to be getting on with to kind of hit that deadline. At the same time, there'll be kind of project assessment going on and some of the projects that we're looking to measure specific impact from. So lots to be going on with, but we think we're doing as much as we possibly can to the very, very limited timescales that we've been given. And just a final point before the chair runs through the report to take any questions. There was a discussion at the last assembly around some of the layout of the key kind of criteria and information that we present in this report. And hopefully you'll see that we've responded to some of those comments, but happy to take any more as ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Niamh. And so I'm going to kind of take this in parts so that we can keep any contributions or questions together. Are there any comments or questions related to the Gateway review? Okay. I'm then going to ask if anyone has any comments or questions in relation to the matter that the board is going to be asked to make a decision on, which is the legal support to the GCP. Do we have any comments to make on that? Okay. Claire?
Just one is that this role is fully supported by me. I know we need it, and we need to find a really good person, and that's always the difficulty. So any help you need from any of the people around you to get the right person into that role is most essential.
So I'm going to pass on now to the different work streams in order to enable people to make comments on any of that. So we first have the transport work stream, which is covered in 4.2 to 4.5 on page 21, but also at greater length in the appendix, pages 24 to 31. Are there any comments or questions on that, please? Helen.
Chisholm Trail Phase 2, which has turned red, and I think I keep on saying, could we please have a sort of fullish update at a meeting not too far away, because I've sort of lost track of why we stopped, or nearly stopped.
Thanks, Helen. See if there are any other questions and we'll group those up. Paul and Katie.
Just in my ward, Waterbeach Station, it's green on timeline but red on budget. Obviously the Waterbeach U-Town East is contingent on the delivery of that, so I just wanted to understand why there was a difference there and kind of an explanation for the green and red.
Thanks, Paul. Katie?
I was going to ask the same question.
Okay, so that's happy for your convenience. Graham?
Page 27, you refer to the total amount being spent this year and forecast for next year. So two aspects of that. One, we've not spent £8.4 million when we were hoping to spend it. And how confident are you that next year the amount to be spent will go up to 44 million from 28.7 million this year? Do you actually have the capacity, taking account of the things you've said about procurement and legal support, to be able to do that? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Graham. So 4 questions I've seen. Niamh, would you like to take us through those? So Helen on the Chisholm Trail, Paul and Katie on the Water Beach Station, and Graham on that financial question.
Thanks, Tim. We're kind of splitting between us. So Peter's going to come back on Chisholm. Just on Water Beach. Paul and Katie. So that was in-year spend, and we anticipate to pick it up this year as an amount across the overall budget. It's fairly minimal. And just to Councillor Wilson's point, we're moving into the construction phase of many of our projects this year, which inevitably means that spend will go up. So we are confident, as it stands at the moment, that we'll hit that target, and we'll keep coming back to you with updates as things fluctuate inevitably throughout the year.
Thank you. I think Katie wants to come back on that question.
No, it was a separate question about...
Well, can we just deal with the other question about Chisholm Trail, and then I'll come back.
And so, sorry, just to build on the answer to Councillor Wilson, have we got the capacity? Yes, we have. So we've been planning a ramping up of our capacity to reflect the spend. We have some very large spend areas, primarily from next financial year for the next 2 or 3 financial years. So we've got the capacity there. What you have with programmes of this nature is you get a number of things around planning or consents, or so things that might trip it over from one financial year to the other. So we've got the capacity, but we are working to make sure we hold those numbers as well for a whole host of reasons, not least the sooner you deliver, the sooner you spend, and the cheaper the overall project is. Chisholm Trail will happily provide a written update, but in essence we are in discussions with the rail authorities around access to rail authority land to finalise the route alignment, and that is the only hold-up in that scheme. We need to finalise access before we can confirm route alignments and everything else. Supplementary, I think, Chair.
It's on the same question. Yeah.
Does that mean, is that a whether or a how question?
Currently a whether, but I'm hoping once we clear the whether, it'll be a how, if you see what I mean. Taking longer than we would all have hoped. We still remain confident for a positive resolution, but that will then just lead into another set of discussions around how and when and everything else. But at the moment, it's still it's the alignment issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Katie.
Yes, on the city centre access project, which is 7.12, it says there's been an underspend of 2.2 million at the year end, and that significant work is expected 2023-24, which will increase the spend. So one part of it was about the capacity, but that's a lot of spend coming next year, and it would be nice to know the more details about what that's going to cover, or that it's probably already covered in the consultations that we've had, but.
I think that's right, and I think your discussion this afternoon might start to shape some of that further thinking.
Stream, which is skills. Karen.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but just a comment again, just to reiterate what I've said and others have said in previous meetings as well, to ensure that skills, this is a really important part of the success of the city and the region, and to ensure that this is given due prominence and activity. It's often it's lost in all the transport and infrastructure activities that take place, but we really need to ensure that there's appropriate activity by ourselves and others in this area as well.
Thanks, Karen. I'm taking that as an assertion and duly recognised. Any other points on skills? Right, oh, Katie?
My understanding is that the skills and apprenticeships were set when the devolution, when Greater Cambridge Partnership was set up, so it's quite clear. But one of the things I keep going back to construction and retrofitting. There is a real lack of skilled people to carry out the retrofitting we need going forward. And if there was a way that we could consider that in the future and have a voice to try and highlight the problem, that would be helpful.
Just worth saying that we built in enough flexibility within the work to be as responsive as possible to the nature and the needs of the economy, and particularly working with the regional college. The link there is really important because they're the ones that are putting on the courses, subject to demand, of course.
Thank you. Any other questions or points on skills? In which case we'll go to the SMART work stream, which is Appendix 3. Are there any comments on that, Claire?
Yes, it's a question really concerning public information about the SMART work stream. How would the public find out about all of the good work that's going on here? Do you have any communication points for letting the general public know what's happening?
Who's going to answer that? Dan?
So we have had a number of press releases over the last few months, one covering the innovation prospectus, one covering the work that we're doing to use low-resolution cameras to improve the crossing experience for pedestrians and for the autonomous vehicle work, and we've got a number planned over the next couple of months. Through the autonomous vehicle work, we'll also be consulting with the local community and members as well. So we'll continue to promote the work that we're doing.
Stan? Can Claire come back and then I'll come to you, Katie?
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. So anything else apart from press releases?
Just the community engagement that we'll carry out on individual projects. That's all we have planned at the moment.
Yeah. Katie?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Claire was saying. The team seems to achieve a huge amount with quite a small team. It's quite impressive. I wanted to, under the autonomous vehicle work 9.9, you've highlighted that work has begun to engage with stakeholders on the biomedical campus in West Cambridge. Just with the biomedical campus, it seems like an amazingly good opportunity to try and put something in place that will work for when the Cambridge South station arrives. So I think this is a really exciting project, and I hope that it will set up to provide a really exemplar active travel and sustainable travel within the campus site by 2025.
There's a comment. Thank you, Katie. Simon?
Microphone. Yes, I'm just referring to section 9.10, mobility as a service. Could you please explain what's involved and what mobility as a service will look like? Thank you.
Yep, certainly. So the concept behind mobility as a service is that you begin to join all the different layers of the transport system together. So whether that's rail, bus, on-demand cars, scooters or bikes, you make it easier to be able to plan multimodal journeys, and then you begin to look at joining up payments. And then sat behind that may be a wallet that a traveller has, and then you can begin to look at behavioural change. So That gives you the ability to use things like mobility credits or rewards to nudge behaviour. Explain it. Yeah.
See no other hands on the smart work stream. Oh, Neil?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. It mentions up to 13 vehicles. Do we have a timescale for when they will be seen on the street?
So the plan is to have vehicles on the ground in April next year. So we've got a whole year of preparation work, and that's when they'll begin to start operating. Yeah, on the two campuses. So that's the West Campus, the University's West Campus, and the Biomedical Campus.
Thank you. So I'm going to take the housing work stream. Are there any questions or comments there? Okay. Economy and environment work stream. 5. There are no comments there. Excellent. So I think that Helen, sorry, Helen, I missed you.
I've got a general comment, which isn't related to one of the work streams, which is around the strategic risks outlined on pages 22 and 23, where basically the biggest risk that I see, which is that public opinion may substantially amend or derail one or more of our projects, it doesn't feature. So I think we need to find some way of capturing that risk.
Take that and come back to it, Kristen.
I was going to raise a very similar and almost exactly the same, that I'd like the board to consider whether to include on this a risk to public confidence in GCP overall. Based on, for me, I'm sure similar, the reactions that we've seen recently, both to GCP but also to individual members of GCP in the recent consultations. And we've heard a lot of the very strong work that's happening, whether it's in smart or housing, which is generally very supportive. And my concern is that all the work that is done gets risk being implemented, and also that the work that we do then has to get voted for and pass through individual councils and their ability to support that as publicly elected representatives. So that's, I think it's the same point.
It is. Thank you. Who'd like to? Rachel, are you going to answer that?
Yep, thank you, Chair. So I think I heard 2 additional risks then that are being proposed to be added to our risk register. One around taking the public with us and, you know, what issues that is, but also the second one then around the governance decision-making environment in which we operate. Both seem to me to be topical and definitely worth adding to our risk register. So we'll take that away and suggest to the board that we do that.
Yeah, just to add, there's a very long risk register that sits behind the ones that we highlight, and both those do sit on that longer register, but we might just review that and highlight some of them in time for the board.
Okay, thank you. Useful exchange. So I believe that that takes us to the end of this report, and I just wanted to say that I think that we have, in relation to the decision that board is making, we had no comment to make on that, and I think we have just highlighted those 2 aspects of risk which we want the board to be satisfied are properly reflected. And with that, thank you very much, Neve. Which takes us to the next item on our agenda. I'm going to that is item 9 on Greater Cambridge Greenways. I'm going to, in a moment, ask Peter Blake to introduce the report. I will first. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to take the public questions first, actually. I'm then going to ask Peter to present the report. And then we will, and we have partly body representative.
Yeah, before we present the report.
Okay, good. So, public questions. going to, first of all then, I'm going to ask if Al Hannigan, who is a resident and member of the Riverside Area Residents Association, is present. Good morning. Would you like to ask your question, please, which you have 2 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Yes, Al Hannigan from resident of Riverside and on the steering group of the Riverside Area Residents Association. Riverside is a busy, often narrow and often contested corridor. Most conflict is between cyclists, e-scooters and pedestrians, as very few vehicles use Riverside. Pedestrians mainly walk along the riverfront and in the road itself, as footpaths are narrow or non-existent. 3 greenways, Hordingsea, Bottisham and Swaffhams, are projected to converge on Riverside. Page 5 on your report of today from the minutes of your last meeting states that the Department of Transport seeks a minimum 20% uplift in user numbers, and the GCP may set itself a higher target. However, the proposed traffic count, referred to on page 55 of your report today, will only identify existing levels of conflict on Riverside. So, can the committee, firstly, state the GCP target figure for future volumes per greenway of A, cyclists, B, pedestrians, C, other users such as e-scooters, powered bikes and mopeds? Secondly, can you guarantee that the feasibility stage will comprehensively model the impact of all 3 greenways on cyclists, pedestrians and other two-wheel powered vehicles along Riverside and at the Stourbridge Common Entrance, based on the DOT minimum increase of 20% or the GCP target figure, whichever is the highest? Thirdly, confirm that the Greenway website promised that, quote, in all places there will be improved safety measures, and the path will be separate from road traffic, unquote, that this will apply to Riverside, and that if new and or expanded footpaths are needed to protect pedestrians, these will be provided. And finally, to confirm that where Riverside is too narrow to accommodate both a cycle path and a footpath, pedestrian safety will be given absolute priority in layout design decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Hannigan, sorry, my microphone wasn't on. We will couple the answer to your question with the next 2 speakers. And the next speaker is Professor Sir David Spiegelhalter. Is he here?
Chair, just to confirm that we made arrangements that if he wasn't present, Mr. Hannigan would actually ask his question on his behalf.
So you get another 2 minutes.
Yes, Professor Spiegelhalter does apologise. He's been delayed at the earlier engagement, and he will be here, but he's clearly running late, so he does send his apologies to you, Chair, and to members. I have a copy of his question, also relating to Riverside. Because of the shared use and space constraints in many sections of Riverside, we are concerned that a dedicated red asphalt cycle path will increase conflict and danger by creating a sense of entitlement among cyclists and powered scooters that they can travel at speed with impunity. It will be like putting a motorway down a high street. The core issue is Greenway user behaviour. So can the committee, firstly, guarantee that the preliminary design stage review will seek out and consider all available research on the respective effects of 1, dedicated cycle paths, and 2, shared space approaches on cyclist and e-scooter user behaviour? Secondly, guarantee that all such research will be made publicly available. Thirdly, guarantee that appropriate speed reducing measures will be incorporated. And finally, to guarantee that decisions on surfacing along Riverside will be informed by such research, and that the issue of managing Greenway user behaviour to maximise pedestrian safety is given absolute priority in design decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the third questioner we have is from CamCycle, and I think it's Josh Grantham. 2 minutes, Josh. It looks like your question's a bit longer, so I hope you're abbreviating it.
Hi, thanks. I'm Josh Grantham. I'm the infrastructure campaigner for CamCycle. It has been clear throughout this stage of the Greenways consultation that the previous work done has not been fully understood, considered and acted upon. For example, where challenges were previously highlighted, little has been done to resolve the concerns. Furthermore, many of the major infrastructure elements have been removed, and any decision-making process behind their removal apparently arbitrary. For example, members of CamCycle recently submitted a Freedom of Information request to understand the reasoning behind the proposal for an unsatisfactory and dangerous section of route along Greenbank Road in Swaff and Bulbeck. The GCP stated that the issue log, which they released earlier, is the only documentation they have. The issue log mentions some potential downsides to the routes. Things like ramblers might have objections, but they are both speculative and hardly decisive. This strongly implies that no serious work has been done on progressing the proposal since the 2019 consultation for a route along the existing footpath. We have also heard in the response that an underpass on Ditton Lane would represent poor value for money, with the feasibility work identifying issues such as utilities, flood risk, land acquisition, and safety. These are typical constraints for infrastructure like this and are very similar to the ones on the Chisholm Trail underpass on Newmarket Road, a piece of infrastructure that's transformed walking and cycling in the local area. It is clear that the design teams employed by the GCP to do this work are not being held to a high enough standard. We therefore ask the GCP to create a scrutiny panel to review the design work at a much more regular interval. The current levels of engagement with key stakeholders is simply not enough.
Thank you, Josh. I'm going to ask Peter Blake, I think, to respond to each of those three questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the first question asked by Mr. Hannigan, as he outlined, the 20% target reflects Department for Transport guidance, but we did make clear at our last conversation that we would be doing, as part of the final business case, we'll be looking more specifically at those targets. And actually, both you as a joint assembly and the executive board requested that the aim is to achieve as much modal shift as is reasonably possible for the Greenways programme and the Greenways network generally. The full business case will look at the cumulative impacts of the three routes within this area, so that responds to the point that was raised. And I think it's important to recognise that we follow very clear design guidance, and there's a lot of it, in terms of developing these schemes, and also that all of the schemes and all of the elements go through the various stages of the road safety audit process, which ensures that they are safe to use for all users, not just pedestrians or indeed cyclists. And in terms of the second question that Mr. Hannigan raised, and there are some links regarding design standards and road safety audits, which I would reiterate, but also the Greenways team met the local residents association back in April. There are a number of actions that we agreed to do, and those actions are in train, and actually those actions are reflected within the paper itself in terms of design reviews that we've agreed to. Turning to Josh Grantham's question, and in some senses it's quite interesting. This is quite different to the two questions previous. I understand the sentiment, but I don't agree with the conclusions that are drawn. CamCycle are one of a number of representative groups that we engage with on a regular basis. We engage with them, for example, prior to the Bottisham Greenway going out. there are a number of discussions that take place, and I think a full and frank conversations happen in those meetings, and those meetings will continue. They're an important part of the design process, not just for Greenways, but for our wider programme. Where changes are being recommended to the Greenways, they come before you and they come before the board for a final decision. So there's a clear path of decision making. Judgment on the Greenways is part of the liaison process that we have, but also part of the design process that our technical consultants undertake. And we've had this conversation before. We're not going to build something that is unsafe. That is why we have set processes and procedures such as the road safety programme gone through. And again, another example in terms of Green Bank Road was mentioned. The team has met, elected members have met local stakeholders, and we've agreed to review some of that work. And again, that is reflected in the document. I would come back to the competing priorities on the Greenways programme, and they're not just around pedestrians and cyclists, but as we discussed last time, it's the impact on the local environment and the local communities, and we need to balance that as well. We will continue that work in terms of balancing those priorities to deliver the best Greenway network we can deliver. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. And I think that members may want to draw on that exchange in the debate that we still have to have. I'd like now to call on County Councillor Alex Bulat, who is a member of a partner authority, who has requested to address us on the subject of one of the Greenways.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for accepting my request to speak today. I felt it was important to be here today to support the questions that the two Abbey residents submitted. Very detailed questions, I appreciate, but it's a very big issue in Abbey around the impact of the Greenways on that Riverside section of our ward. First of all, I would like to start with the positive. I do very much welcome the GCP's Greenways project, the government's investment in active travel in our region, and I congratulate officers for the hard work so far on this project. And I would also like to thank directly the project managers for actually visiting Abbey, speaking to the Residents Association, being in the area. And I think it's really important to have those site visits and those face-to-face meetings to actually restore some of the public trust around some of the projects that we're trying to do across Greater Cambridge. On the things that, one of the very first things I learned when I was elected in 21, without having any background on the various local authority structures before, was the very long history about Riverside, the mixed traffic issues around there, including the concerns about safety and the concerns around parking in the area as well. And I had the privilege to speak to many residents who have been living in the area for a very long time, who explained to me the various projects that were proposed in the area and how some of them were successful and some of them failed for different reasons. I got to learn how quite a lot of good project ideas and good local level solutions unfortunately haven't been done in the area because in some part because of complex layers of local government in Cambridgeshire and who is responsible for what, but also the decreasing budgets locally and some of the things that residents would like to see haven't been happening because there wasn't any money for it at the time or when the projects were proposed. Now, the Residents Association, as well as many ordinary residents in Abbey, have been campaigning for more than a decade, really, to have this continuous pedestrian way on Riverside. And actually, this is not just something that comes from a few local residents in Riverside. It is agreed in 2010 by the City Council in the Riverside Vision. So it's like over 13 years that we have been debating about this locally. So whilst I very much appreciate the discussion around the Greenways, I think it would be a missed opportunity not to think holistically about this, because ultimately what residents have been campaigning locally is to actually have better ways for pedestrians as well as cyclists, and in many ways having a safer route for pedestrians will actually facilitate the cyclist movements as well in the area and reduce the conflict. So I do appreciate seeing the report on page 55 around the concerns outlined around Riverside and some of the actions that officers agreed to take, as well as some of the concerns outlined from Ditton Meadows, Tower Bridge Common and Ditton Lane, Fison Road Junction, which all fall within my division. So I do trust the GCP will continue to engage with my residents. I think it's very important to have this continuous engagement as well as the local members, including the county and the city councillors for that area, because we do need, because it's such a high public interest on this, we do need to deliver a project that actually reflects the concerns of local residents. And I think it would be good to have, if possible, some written answers as well, because a lot of the questions and the comments from my residents are very detailed. So I think it would be helpful for me as a councillor to communicate with residents as well, to have a written record of some of the answers to the detailed questions submitted by residents. So thank you very much for your time. Let's be creative with this process and let's deliver something that residents do agree with and trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bulat. And then there is a second member of a partner body, Councillor Glasberg. Come forward. You have 3 minutes. Which of the Greenways is it you are asking about? But you 3 minutes. Would you like to go ahead?
Okay, thank you. So I'm a member of CamCycle and also of Cambridge Living Street. So I really welcome the GCP's commitment to supporting active travel through the provision of the Greenways. My question relates to a generic issue on the 2 key points that have actually been raised by the previous speakers. The relative priority given to people walking and cycling and the ways that the consultations are carried out. So based on my experience with the Barton Greenway, there seem to be flaws in the current process. The County Council is now at work on the junction of Barton Road with Grantchester Street, and changes intended to tie in with the Barton Greenway, which were approved by the GCP on the 16th of February. So concerns have been raised by many residents about aspects of this, especially the impact on pedestrians, as the northern section of the route from the city boundary along Barton Road has a footpath that's only 1.5 metres wide. This is a key pedestrian route, and it's busy at all times of the day, but particularly during the morning school run, with people going in different directions to the many schools and nurseries in the area. Similar concerns about the impact on pedestrians of giving priority to cyclists has also been raised in relation to sections of the other Greenways routes, as we've just heard, but also including Swaffham, which you're considering today. In the minutes of your last meeting, it's recorded that members also expressed concern about the width of some sections of the Greenway schemes and emphasised the importance of ensuring the routes were safe. Officers cannot be expected to have in-depth knowledge of every route and how it's already been used by the community. So it's vital that the consultations are of a high standard and the views of local people are listened to. This has clearly happened in some cases, for example in Grantchester, where there have been exhibitions of the plans, meeting with stakeholders, leaflets with detailed information on the options for both the Barton Greenway and parts of the Haslingfield route as they affect the village. But there seems to be little consistency in the GCP consultation process, as this engagement has not happened in Newnham, where there were no exhibitions of the plans, only one design, no leaflet showing the details of this, or any option to refuse it or change it. Most residents have only just found out about these Greenway plans, and they're very worried about both the environmental impact in this city conservation area and the risk to pedestrians on this stretch of the Barton Road. I completely support improvements to cycling, but this should not be done at the expense of pedestrians. So my question to you is, how will you ensure that all the Greenways follow the highway hierarchy, with priority given to the safety of pedestrians first, then cyclists before motor vehicles, and that all the consultations are to the same high standard as the one in Grantchester?
Thanks, Councillor Glasberg. Obviously, you raise a lot of matters to do with the Greenway that's not on the agenda today, but you asked a general question, so I'll ask Peter to address that as well as the points from Councillor Bulat.
Chair, I think Councillor Bulat's comments are really helpful because they just emphasise some of the challenges that we have in delivering the network and some of the conversations we've had previously. So what we're not about doing with this network, as much as some groups or some people might like, we're not about slapping a whole load of red paint down residential areas and compromising a whole host of other things. So when we've brought proposals to you, we've said some of elements of the greenways we need to build something. Some elements of the greenways we need to look at the traffic volumes and the traffic speeds. Some elements of the greenways we need to look at parking in the area. So to deliver the right network, it's not just a one-size-fits-all. We need to reflect the different areas and different communities that we serve. Because in the Riverside area, it's markedly different to looking at some of the routes that are out in the rural area where there's not the traffic, and we need to get that right. And I think the important message, I think Councillor Boulat was making around ongoing liaisons is really important. So we're happy, again, to commit to doing that. As I say, we met the Residents Association previously. We will continue to do that to make sure that we come up with something that delivers on the Greenways network ambition, but responds to those local neighbourhoods and local issues. We need to get that. We need to get that right. And that's not easy, because we're not just about 150 kilometres of red paint, owed, if it was that simple. And then in a sort of similar vein, Councillor Gladstone, we adopt the same consultation approach on all of our consultations on the greenways. So nevertheless we'll take the comments away, and we're talking about Barton in another place. So we'll happily continue with that with county colleagues. But again, where we are constructing greenways, whether it's about speed limits or whether it's about construction or whether it's about red paint, we're doing it in appropriate design standards, both local and national, and we're reflecting that. And then we go through a road safety assessment process. So we have independent people who come in and assess the scheme before, during, and after to make sure that we deliver things that are safe. And that process will continue, and we'll adopt, we adopt right across our programme, not just in terms of the greenways. I hope they were helpful comments, Vice Chair.
Thank you. We don't take supplementaries at this here.
I'm sorry, I thought that we did have an extra 2 minutes to ask.
No, we don't.
That's in another place, not here. We don't have supplementaries.
Okay, but okay.
Councillor Bick has had to excuse himself for a while, so I will continue for this item. I think we're going to move on to, I'm going to invite Peter to introduce the reports on the greenways now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is the third in a series of Greenway reports. You are all familiar with the format. We are looking at Bottisham, Swathams and St Ives greenways. The meat of the report is section 2, which are the issues for discussions, and as the format that you wanted previously is following the engagements, we've got a list where we are responding directly to it, and a list of where we've noted, but we're not proposing to make any changes. So essentially from pages 55 to 72, we go through the three greenways with sections that are under review around design elements or sort of feedback we've had from the engagement, and others where we are simply noting and saying no further action is proposed at this stage on the various tables. Likewise, the focus of this is to get on with it, because every time I come with a Greenways report and sit in front of you, you tell me to get on with it, quite rightly. So some of in terms of the recommendations, it's saying these are the things we can do over the next 12 months. But in terms of the other elements, and Riverside being an example where we need more design work and more engagement, then you're giving us the permission to get on with that design and further engagement. Maybe if I hold it there, Chair, and happily try and answer any questions. And just on that note, if I can just introduce the people who are doing all the work rather than me. So Ben, Kerry and Thomas are part of the much larger Greenways team. And I'm sure they'll be able to help me out on any tricky questions you may well have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. We will take the debate in this order. We'll have the Bottisham, then Swaffham, St Ives, and any general comments across those specific ones or more generally about greenways. So we'll start with Bottisham. Does anybody want to chair?
I'd just like to make a general point about Bottisham. and that is, of course, that the Greenway connects Bottisham to Bottisham Bell Road. It doesn't connect Bottisham to Bottisham High Street. So it would be wonderful at some point in the future to have a connection to Bottisham High Street, because that would enable outlying areas, such as the Wilbrahams, to have a connection to a Greenway. So I hope that there might, at some point in the future, be some funding to connect, to do that, just that little bit extra, which would have wider beneficial repercussions.
Paul Bear.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment on two topics. One is junctions along the route, and the other one is on maintenance. So just in terms of the junctions, two junctions, we know that most accidents when it comes to cyclists are around junctions, so I'm going to focus on junctions. The Ditton Lane arrangements seem to me to be quite convoluted, and I am concerned, I guess, that people will avoid what's been laid out and just go straight across Ditton Lane, avoiding the control crossing. I'll just move on to High Ditch Road Junction. So the nature of High Ditch Road Junction is that it seems to be designed such that traffic coming off Newmarket Road can continue at the same speed onto High Ditch Road. So I'm concerned about the speed of traffic coming off Newmarket Road onto High Ditch Road. And I'm not sure whether there is currently enough proposed for that junction that will slow the traffic sufficiently, or a control crossing that would make that junction safe enough. So those two junctions, I would ask if officers would really have another look at at the designs for those two junctions, and have another look at some of the comments that have been made, because I didn't feel the responses adequately responded to the comments. The second point is on maintenance. So wherever there was a maintenance comment made, the response seemed to be, we'll talk to the county council. I worry that the problem is we're talking to the county council will say, sorry, we haven't got a maintenance budget for cycling. So I would like the GCP to take responsibility for the entire route, including bits that need maintenance, because some of those maintenance sections are actually quite significant, such as where there were comments about tree roots. The sections are almost unrideable because of the tree roots, and it will require some engineering effort to fix those problems. So those are my key comments on the Bottisham Greenway.
Claire? I just endorse 100% what Paul has just said.
Neil? This one to turn on. Yes, obviously I know about the ongoing discussions about maintenance, and so I would endorse a lot of what was said. I'd like to reiterate something that Councillor Boulat said. We are, of course, very much in favour of the overall aims of the Greenways and where we want to do it. But of course, the devil is in the detail. And I think given that we want to encourage more people to use these forms of transport, it should not only be not unsafe according to national standards, but it should look unsafe. It should be encouraging and obviously built for future growth in numbers as well. And I know this is a tall order, but we are planning for the future. It's not about too little, too late for what we have now. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, would you like to come back?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of Councillor Dawson's link to the High Street, we've agreed that we'll look at the cost and the deliverability. We've not agreed to do it, but we will, nevertheless, a starting point is to understand what the impact is. In terms of Councillor Bearpot, we'll take the action around the junctions. We're not going to give you an answer now. We'll get the design consultants to do it. There's no easy answer around maintenance. It would be easy. I suppose I would be popular for 5 minutes, which would be unusual. If I just sit here and say, yeah, we'll just assume all the maintenance responsibilities for the network and everything else. But I can't do that. We are in positive, lively discussions with the county council as to how we can manage and take this forward. Because, you know, we all want to be in a situation where once we've constructed these things, they are adequately maintained, and we've dealt with any maintenance issues along the way. So those conversations are taking place, and I remain absolutely confident that at some point I will be coming here and I'll be popular for my 5 minutes by saying we've got an answer, this is how collectively we're going to do it, and this is how we can give reassurance. But again, we will take that away as a particular answer. And just a comment in terms of Councillor Shayler's, that's the issue, isn't it? Because we've heard from, entirely understandably, CamCycle representing cyclists that they want this, and this is their ambition, and the local council, this is their ambition for the area, and they don't quite tie up. So we need to find a way of getting them to tie up, but also not losing sight of, this isn't just about now. This is about more people using this network because sustainable travel options become more an option for choice for as many people now, not just the committed or then, and that's what we've got to try and get right. So that work will continue, and it won't be easy, but ongoing liaison dialogue will be a key part of that. Thank you.
I just have a question about maintenance. It's partly to do with this specification of the actual build, and the better the build, the future-proofing maintenance in the future. So we see the detailed drawings, but we don't see the detailed specification. But I'm sure that you're taking that into account when that's finalised and before construction starts.
And just to respond on that, so I mean, all I would say is look at some of the examples around Histon Road and Milton Road, where there are significant maintenance work ongoing as part of those schemes. So where we include maintenance in the project, we don't go cheap. We don't go tar and chippings. We are going with surface rebuilds and everything else. So once we commit to do it, we've absolutely got to put the best possible maintenance in, and that can't front, but it doesn't save an awful lot of revenue down the line, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
And then sign off.
So I just wanted to clarify what I meant about maintenance. So I didn't intend to mean that the GCP would take the ongoing maintenance liability. That will, of course, transfer to the County Council. It's at the time the Greenway is built that along the length of the route, if there are maintenance issues to be dealt with, they are dealt with, because that didn't come across clearly in the response in to the consultation comments on that. May have misunderstood the response.
Oh, I meant both. I meant both, which is why I said that that is an action that we will take.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So sign this one.
Thank you. The question of maintenance has been a recurring one for the last 2 years, and the answer has always been we're in active, lively, positive, constructive discussions with the County Council. And now we're getting to the point where millions are going to be committed towards the construction of the greenways, and yet we don't have any clue as to how that very expensive infrastructure is going to be maintained in the long term. So I think it's now appropriate, it's timely to bring these discussions to a head and to come back to the Assembly and the Board with a report on the practical resolution of the problem. Because how can we commit so much money if there isn't going to be the money to maintain the infrastructure? I don't think the public would think that would make sense at all. So we do need to bring this to a conclusion in a reasonable time period.
Before we go back to you, Nick, Helen has a point.
I was going to make the exact same point. I feel like we keep being told that there are discussions. I'm sure there are, but it would be really helpful for this Assembly to know how those discussions are progressing, what the barriers are. I know money clearly is a key barrier, but I feel like if I was the recipient of these reports, it would start to get on my nerves slightly to keep on getting the same answer in the discussion documents without really any understanding where those discussions have got to. So a report to this assembly would be really helpful, I think.
Produce a report for the next meeting.
Thank you. Go on to Swaffham. Any comments or points of questions about Swaffham? Claire.
Yeah, I'll make a general point to begin with, and to thank the team actually for engaging with the parish council and residents in certainly in my area of the Greenway, and just also to encourage the team to keep in close contact with residents and parish councils as the scheme develops, the kind of close contact that has been had already. Certainly in the Quay area of the Swaffham Greenway, there are a couple of issues, a crossing issue, which I think another member of the group here will come back to, a crossing issue, a quiet street issue. So I would just urge the team to keep up those really close regular contacts and to take on the difficulties and take people with them.
Speak as a resident of Swaffham Prior, so I'm very familiar with the layout of this, and excellent report. Just really to make sure that the team are aware of as you approach Swaffham Prior, maybe also along other aspects of the route, there are listed, not just protected, but listed trees and hedges. Going back to the earlier comment about routes, we just need to be very careful of that. Thank you.
Paul.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of points I think Claire raised about Stowe Road and the crossing of Stowe Road. It is a very busy road. It's busy, especially obviously at peak times. And, I do think there does need to be a controlled crossing of some sort across that road to get cyclists from one side to the other. Another point is actually related to what Christopher was saying, was just trying to looking at the deliverability of the route, having been up there, there are a lot of hedges. I am worried about how the route will be delivered through that route, and it would be nice if it was of the quality of the route from Lode to Quay, which is fantastic, and behind the hedgerow. So if we could take it behind the hedgerow, if the discussions have to be had with landowners about access anyway, why not talk to them about putting it on the other side of the hedgerows, further away from the road? And the last point I wanted to make was just about the section just at Greenbank Road, I think it is. I have been up there. I've ridden the bit that's where the road bends round, where it's very narrow. I think there needs to be a better solution. So I hope we can. I think the report said that they were going to look at alternatives, and I hope that will continue.
Thank you. Peter?
Just to acknowledge all of those points.
We'll move on to St Ives. Annika first, and then...
Thank you. I just want to again thank you for the engagement regarding the plans. It's within my ward, so I'm familiar with this stretch of the greenways. And it's great to see the concerns regarding the mature hedging being addressed and pathway through the orchard, that it's properly delineated from the road and all of that being addressed. That's very good. Can I ask that where issues are raised with the Greenway, similar to what Claire has said, that there is engagement with locals, parish councillors and district councillors and county councillors, because on this aspect there's an issue crossing from one side to another at the point where the traffic speeds up. And we know that there's a buffer zone, but traffic does speed up there. So I think it's important to continue when the designs are relayed, that you again go back and engage with the locals that know the knowledge. And with regards to land acquisition, now that we have on the table the option of acquiring the rights across the land as opposed to acquiring the land itself, my hope is that this will now get this project moving. It's been one of those ones that's been promised to be delivered for a number of years, and locals are frustrated, understandably, that we're still no further ahead because of the land issues. So I hope that this will now allow this to be moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wanted to raise a question about the St Ives width of the footway, which is a more general issue, really. And apologies if you've covered this in previous meetings. It talks in the papers on page 69 about a minimum width, which will be met, of 1.5 metres. But what is the ideal or desirable width that you would normally go for? The statement says it will not be possible to increase the width any further along this section due to the mature hedgerows. There must be a bit of a balance here between road safety and pedestrian safety and mature hedgerows. And to what extent do you decide we need to make the footway wider, and so we will do something about the vegetation loss, and we will increase it in accordance with the GCP's net gain aspirations, as indicated in the very next comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Paul?
Just an observation about the over connection to the busway that's proposed. So that is actually on my route to work. So I know that there are a lot of children cycle from Over to Swasey Village College, and they use the path on the road, and they cross at the controlled crossing over the busway, but they're also using the existing path, which is also potentially proposed, and that crosses the busway where there is no crossing. So what I'm asking is, we need to consider carefully the crossing of the busway, particularly because a lot of children, which is great to see, are cycling to school along that route.
Really interesting that the points are so detailed, and your local knowledge is so valuable in asking these questions, which is what the public members were asking about. So over to you.
And because they are very detailed and very knowledgeable, I'm going to ask Kerry, who's going to provide hopefully detailed and knowledgeable answers.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Vice Chair. To answer the question in terms of what width would we look for a segregated path in each direction, we would be looking at 1.5 metres for each direction. And I believe the 1.5 metre section that you're talking about is the section on Mill Road, but please do correct me if that is the case, and that is what's referred to as Local Transport Note 120 compliant, which is the standard that the government would like us to adhere to when we're delivering walking and cycling schemes. In terms of segregated, so as I say, that's 1.5. For shared, it would be 3 metre. We would expect that this would be as compliant with LTN 120 as possible. In terms of the width of the walking and cycling paths and the proximity to hedging, I mean, again, I think this is just something that's going to be subject to further work as we go through the design. But again, where possible, we do not want to be putting people's safety at risk. And to reiterate the point that's been made by Peter previously, is that all of these schemes will be subject to a road safety audit. I hope that answers the question.
Does the councillors want to come back on this? Anika?
Sorry, mine was only one additional point I forgot to raise at the time. With regards to surfacing, I know there's been some concerns in Over through the orchard as to concreting what they feel is a green path. So again, it's again about engagement, about allowing people to understand exactly why we're going through changes to these paths. Because there's been obviously the incident with Reynolds Drove where people still don't understand.
Vice Chair, and if I may, just to answer Councillor Bear Park, we agree, we note the issue, and we're looking at it.
Yeah.
Everything I'm hearing is supportive of building these greenways as quickly as we can. I note that the business case will be through this year and next year. This is not the room for detailed design, but all the comments very welcome. In particular, the questioners made the point that behaviour is very difficult to guide. We will probably have to do something quite brutal with signage, maybe parking restrictions, which of course will have their own issues. One of the major changes that I've seen along particularly congested ways like Riverside are the very extensive use of very heavy and fast e-vehicles, so e-bikes, e-scooters, which are unlike the dainty bicycles that we are used to, and I think just need to be put in. But I am fully supportive of going ahead to the next detailed design stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Paul?
Sorry, I'd just make one general point, which is around, I want to refer to what Josh said about scrutiny earlier. So, it's difficult for this forum, I think, to provide the level of scrutiny required, because it requires three things. It requires an understanding of what already exists, the plans that are being proposed, and the third thing is just an understanding of the general environment along the route. So, as a keen cyclist, I do get out there and I go out with the plans on my bike and look at them. It's the only way that I can understand the proposals, particularly for the areas that I don't know. And I appreciate not everyone here, would have the enthusiasm or the opportunity or the time to do this, but I would like the GCP as a whole to consider how the Assembly in particular might undertake more rigorous scrutiny of what's being proposed, because it's very complex and very detailed.
Very much. Are there any more general points?
2 points which relate to some of the comments already made. Just picking up on the aspect of scrutiny, a good example for me for that was when we had the opportunity to look at the off-road public transport routes that were provided to Assembly have been able to be going along them. So that was a very good example that really very much helped me understand them. That's just a general observation. My first point is when, it's a process question, which is when we then see in these as actions to be taken and it says the design team will look at it or this will be re-reviewed, what's the process then that we see what the response is? Just picking up on Josh's, the trail through of what was done with an action eventually, so it's just a process question. And the second is, while this is not the forum for detailed design as such, there obviously is a lot of concern on Riverside, and I personally couldn't get any idea of what is currently proposed on Riverside. Did I hear from you, Peter, that that's going to come back in another phase, or what is going to happen with that area?
Can you pick up all of the several points? Thanks.
So I'll take away the scrutiny reflection. I think as I spoke at the last session, the focus of the engagement going forward is local members. Yeah? Because clearly local members understand their wards, understand those environments, and that's what the team, is now a large team, is geared up to focus on. I need to think about how we weave the Assembly into that, because I think we need to get that right balance between that local knowledge. And so I'll take the sort of screening question away. In terms of the process, what you are considering and what the board will consider are the main changes as listed in this paper. The scheme, you need to continue to finesse and refine those design elements, taking on board ongoing dialogue, as I say, principally with local members as the democratic, but also with, we have a non-motorised user group that key stakeholders feed into, and then it would all ultimately come back here for a final sign-off. The only exception to that is because you're not the only ones telling me to get on with it, is where we make a list, and it's not a huge list, but a list of things we're going to do in the next 12 months anyway, then I take that away and put that in my back pocket and say, well, I've got approval to do that. So we're going to progress those elements because we think it's relatively low-hanging fruit, we can get on with them. It may be improving an existing path or anything else, but the key design elements will ultimately come back via you to the executive board to sign off. But we need to, because essentially this is 150 kilometres, 12 routes, and we're not just building it all sequentially, we're going to build a bit there and a bit there, back to the land issue that was raised earlier on. We need to continue in this sort of vein because otherwise we lose momentum on it, which is the key challenge on a programme of this nature. Does that make sense?
Does anybody want to come back on this, Simon?
Just picking up on the point of the scrutiny of 150 kilometres of greenways, then when the report comes back, it would be helpful for that report to have a narrative around how the schemes are being changed in the light of commentary and inputs from local residents and the relevant councillors, so that we can be reassured that there's been that input, it's been reflected, and they've got a sense of ownership of what's going to be delivered. And so, and I think the kind of engagement that we've had today, I think particularly from the people who made representations on Riverside, is a good example of what we'd like to hear back at the Assembly.
So you just absolutely right. I think, and the you know, what you've got today is the sort of the headline or response to previous engagement. All the engagements have consultation report. So there's a whole body of information, and then that needs to be supplemented by the ongoing liaison and engagement that we will have, and we'll all come back together for a final decision.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wasn't going to mention it, but it is related, and as it has been brought up about e-bikes and scooters, I wonder if we can coordinate our aim with the Combined Authority and the county in asking the Department for Transport to please rule on what is a bike, what is a motorised two-wheeler, what is an e-scooter. In order for these greenways to work, we do need some guidance, I think.
So there's no further comments at this stage. You're going to bring back a report about maintenance and a report about the scrutiny process.
But more thoughts, I would think, rather than a report on screen.
And I think the comments about individuals here who have direct experience of the greenways is important, and I think we could stress to all elected members to go out and have a look at these routes, not just the members of this committee, but it's like the councillors who have come in and spoken about their lived experiences or their residents. It's really helpful. So we should encourage engagement from all elected officials and parish councillors and residents. So I think we've got to the point where we can decide to move forward on this. I think there's not there's general approval to go forward, and I don't think there's any matters raised that would stop us doing that. So perhaps I could ask for a proposer and seconder for this proposal. Thank you. And then can we see support for this proposal going forward? Thank you. I think we have finished the items for this morning, and we'll have a break now. Half an hour break. So we'll be back just before 1:55 to 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to start our afternoon session, and welcome to those people who are joining us for this afternoon who weren't here this morning. I've got my assistants from Boots or other throat pastel providers are also available, but I'm managing with that at the moment. And we have a long afternoon. It won't be just me speaking. So we've got to item number 10 on our agenda, which is the major item on making connections, consultation, feedback, and city access strategy. And I thought I would just say, for the benefit of people joining us who haven't attended any of our meetings before, that any decisions on this initiative by the GCP will be made by the 3 senior representatives of the area's 3 councils, which form the GCP Executive Board. That is not this body, and they will do that reflecting the views of their 3 councils. And the body that meets today, that is us, is the Joint Assembly. It's a scrutiny and advisory body to the board, and the majority of our members are also elected on the 3 councils and are politically proportionate to the those elected to those three councils. So that's who we are. To look at how we're going to organise this discussion, I'm going to start in a moment by asking for the people who registered to ask public questions. And then I have 2 members of our partner councils who also want to make representations to us, and I will ask them. We will ask for response from officers at that stage. We will then move on to the report itself, which will be presented by the officers, and then we will have our debate as an assembly, and that will be informed both by the officer's report and the way it's presented, and also by the public questions and the partner contributions. And so there will be ample opportunity for everyone's impact to be debated if members of the council are moved to do so. So I'm going to go then to the public questions. And the first of those, I'm going to take these in threes, and ask for response after each of those threes, so we don't get lost, and we make sure every question does get an answer. The first, Martin Lucas Smith, a Petersfield resident, and while he's coming forward, I want to remind the public questioners that they each have 2 minutes, because we have a number of you, so to make your point in the time available, please make sure you get it across in the 2 minutes, because you might not be getting more. So Martin, would you like to go ahead, please?
Hello, Assembly. I'm an independent resident of Petersfield. I'm no longer involved in the running of any transport organisation. An interesting outcome of the public debate on reducing traffic and funding public transport has been the emergence of an option both sides of the debate seem to warm to, a workplace parking levy. Both those campaigning for sustainable transport, as well as even the South Cambs Conservative MP, seem in favour. A workplace parking levy would answer a common complaint that larger employers, who benefit most from growth and are most responsible for the congestion problems it creates, currently do not contribute to solving it under the proposals. The current GPC proposals put all the onus on citizens. Why is a workplace parking levy such a no-brainer? It would quickly bring in £5 to £10 million of annual bus subsidy, reducing the pressure for all-day congestion charging. It would be straightforward to implement. It taxes employers, not employees. It has no regressive impacts. It would not see employers move away just because of parking taxation. People come here for people. It does not need camera infrastructure. It doesn't need a complex exemption system. It encourages workplaces to help employees by subsidising transport, and it nudges employers to replace inefficiently used land with things like much-needed housing instead. Page 84 of the report says, a workplace parking levy would perform significantly less well than STZ in terms of overall traffic reduction. While this is obviously true, no proposal is ever a complete solution. So this is not a reason not to include it. It would balance other measures. So can the Assembly please follow Nottingham's lead and commit to keep a workplace parking levy on the agenda and consider its introduction quickly alongside any other measures? Speaking as a sustainable transport advocate frustrated with various aspects of the STZ proposals, I can tell you that taxing larger businesses would give the GCP much needed credibility by people on both sides of this debate.
Thank you very much, Martin. We'll come to that response in a moment. In the meantime, could I ask William Bannell to come forward? Bannell, if you'd like to switch the microphone on, and you have 2 minutes.
I've seen it enough times by now. I've seen it done enough times by now. I figured it out.
Great, go ahead.
So my question is relating to the Making Connections report, which has just been published, but obviously there's a lot to go on, so I had to zero in on something, and I guess I wanted to just ask a question about this issue of trust, or lack of trust. I'm not reading from here, by the way. The public don't really trust the GCP. And all of the events of the last 6 months have really highlighted that. And I suppose this is a call out, not just to the GCP, but all councillors really. It really makes it difficult when you're trying to implement anything or engage with the public when they don't trust you or they don't believe what you're saying. And that was my question really. How are you proposing to carry on? Are you just going to pretend like everything's okay and try to carry on as normal? Or have you got any way that you want to try to restore the trust of the people?
We'll tackle that in a minute. And I'll ask the third questioner, David Stoughton, who's the chair of Living Streets, Cambridge. David, welcome. Would you like to have your 2 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. It's David Stoughton. I just want to...
Sorry, you say that every time.
Sometimes it just is worth saying. It's worth a try. Thank you for allowing me to ask these questions. I'm representing Cambridge Living Streets, and as Cambridge Living Streets, we welcome the GCP report on Making the Connections consultation, and we call on the Joint Assembly to endorse the call to action for investment in active travel that it really reveals. After all, 70% of respondents support the bus improvement strategy, and even higher, 75% of respondents call for measures to improve walking and cycling. This overwhelming mandate for a shift in priorities towards more active travel must be converted into actions, or politicians and officers risk losing public confidence and trust. As yet more evidence demonstrates that walking is the most used mode of active travel, we question why it has been for so long the Cinderella of transport policy. 65% of the consultation respondents use it as their most common form of transport, reinforcing the point that walking, whether to work, to school and college, for shopping, leisure, and access to amenities, is a key economic activity across the city and elsewhere. Why haven't the GCP and politicians changed their mindset on walking and moved beyond fine words and the little dribbles of investment to deliver a comprehensive strategy for the whole city and beyond? Why is so little attention paid to pavement quality and amenities when the evidence shows that these are the greatest determinants of the choice to walk? And why haven't they joined the dots and recognized that investment that transforms our streets into safer and pleasanter environments also supports our health, our well-being, it cuts costs to the NHS, and helps to save the planet? Thank you.
Thank you, David. So could I turn to Lynn? Lynn Miles is going to take these 3 questions.
Chair. In response to Mr. Lucas Smith on the workplace parking levy, it's been quite a long journey of sort of 5 years or more to get to this point in the consultation that's involved consulting on a wide range of options. It's included a citizens' assembly. At various points, we did look at workplace parking levy. It's been assessed and rejected at previous stages, both by the technical assessment and by the sort of response to public consultation. And that's for broadly the reasons that you set out. It can raise revenue and it can reduce traffic a little bit, but on a smaller scale than the proposal out for consultation did. And therefore, it would have a more modest impact. So a workplace parking levy alone won't sort of achieve the objectives of the scheme, as you set out. There is, of course, nothing to preclude in future considering whether a workplace parking levy or some other balancing measure might be layered on top of that. Specifically on a workplace parking levy, that couldn't be done as part of this consultation that's just happened. So you couldn't take a decision on the basis of this consultation. To do that, it would require its own future statutory consultation. But there's nothing to preclude that. It's worth noting that it isn't quite correct to say that a workplace parking levy is a cost to employers directly necessarily. The charge is levied on employers, but they can choose to pass that cost on to their employees. And there's no sort of mechanism to determine whether or not they do that. In practice, in Nottingham, about 40% of employers do choose to pass that cost on to employees. And so if there was a desire to think about a workplace parking levy as a sort of, as you described it, a sort of balancing element, you'd need to bear in mind the fact that that would then mean that some people will be charged twice for a journey. They'd be charged a road use charge and a workplace parking charge as well, which would be an issue to consider if they did go forward. In terms of Mr. Bannell's points, I hear your points. I wanted to add really that we do take care to ensure the integrity of the materials we put out. Where there are concerns or errors raised, we'll have a look and correct them where necessary. But just to reassure you, as part of our standard governance and assurance process, all of the business case work that we do and all of the technical work underneath that is independently audited. We had our consultation analysis independently audited, and so through that process we try to assure the trust in the work that we do. And so that's the point that I wanted to make in response to that. Mr. Stoughton, on pedestrian facilities in particular, you're absolutely right. There is clear support from the public for walking facilities, for wheeling, for public realm improvements. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the item. Revenue raised from the proposed sustainable travel zone would in part create a fund for ongoing support of those sorts of interventions that you describe. We asked in particular through the consultation what people thought about that, what they prioritised and wanted to see, and all of that evidence, which was really gratefully received, including your own submission, will form part of the evidence base that would support future decision making if some form of proposals were to proceed. I wanted to flag that the Making Connections proposals are the focus of today, but they're not the only part of the City Access programme. It also includes work on road network hierarchy review for Cambridge, which thinks about how we use our network and our public space to best effect, which we'll need to think about where pedestrians ought to be prioritised in the city. And an update on that is coming later this year. And just to flag very briefly that elsewhere outside of the City Access programme, across the broader transport programme, we're committed to improving walking as well as wheeling and cycling. We follow the active travel hierarchy, which puts pedestrians at the top of the network, and various of our schemes do aim to do that. But thank you for your points in support of the pedestrian facilities.
I think the question from Mr. Bannell, which was short, probably is one that members will want to bear in mind and talk about when we debate shortly. And obviously, this meeting is part of the assessment of what people have told us in the consultation process, and so the effectiveness of that process this afternoon is obviously going to be important. So the next public questioner was Jethro Gold, the chair of East Cam's Climate Action Network, but I understand that he's not able to be here, so he will get an answer to his question, which is on the printed paper, in writing after the meeting. That makes the next actual question in the room from Sarah Hughes from CAMS Sustainable Travel Alliance. If you would like to come forward, Sarah, and you press the button, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm asking this question on behalf of the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance. The Alliance has 30 members, both local and national, focusing on transport, environment and health. The Making Connections report clearly shows that the public would like better sustainable transport options. 70% are in favour of the proposed bus improvements and 75% of measures to improve walking, cycling and public spaces. Overall, only 17% of those polled by the GCP were against road charging in any form. Many who opposed or were unsure about the SDZ reported there were changes that would encourage them to support it. People will never be able to get to where they want to be safely, easily and affordably by bus, walking, wheeling or cycling, while central government funding lacks a sustainable long-term plan, and while bus services aren't under local control. Last October's bus service withdrawals would have left many villages without any service whatsoever had the combined authority not funded tendered replacements. And in February, the government's 3-month extension to the bus recovery grant was announced so late that some services had already been registered for withdrawal. In March, the Secretary of State for Transport announced cuts to active travel schemes in England outside London, including a 2/3 cut to promise capital investment in infrastructure for walking, wheeling and cycling. A decision not to progress Making Connections would be a decision to perpetuate the sporadic, precarious funding situation and a decision to tolerate aggregated traffic congestion, unreliable bus services and unsatisfactory conditions for walking, wheeling and cycling. It would also be a decision to ignore the clear public message of support for sustainable transport. So given the precarious and short-term nature of central government funding for sustainable transport, does the Joint Assembly agree that alongside bringing buses under contract to the local transport authority, they have a duty to work together to find a reliable funding source that is under local control?
Sarah, respond to that in a moment. The next question on the paper is in the name of Neil Mackay, Managing Director of Mackay's of Cambridge Limited. I understand he's not here, but someone is going to read that question on his behalf. Would you like to go ahead?
During public questions in Cambridge City Council on May the 25th, I addressed the City Council. In doing so, I had assumed that they had conducted a detailed impact analysis on the true cost of the £50 per lorry per day congestion tax proposed and devised a means to scrutinise that data. I asked, what is the total figure and how was it derived? I also asked, what will the total additional cost burden be for all Cambridge businesses that will fall within the currently proposed congestion charge zone? Why do I need to know? Because my business receives between 6 and 10 deliveries by lorry per day, which I estimate is equivalent to £104,000 per year out of pocket. Sadly, I failed to receive an adequate reply to either question. Councillor Davey, the newly elected leader of the council, stated that the work that has been done to date on small business is not as we would like it. I would therefore like to address the same questions to the GCP Assembly in the hope that the organisation that has put forward the proposals for consultation will themselves have done some really rigorous work on this crucially important area, which is of great interest to not just the business operators within the area, but also their employees and customers. Thank you, Neil Mackay, Managing Director, Mackay's of Cambridge Limited.
Thank you very much. The third question in this batch then is from Richard Wood, the Secretary of the Cambridge Area Bus Users.
Thank
Richard?
you, Chair. You have my printed question. I won't read it at you. You're not infants.
Convenient, affordable bus journeys depend on local control, with sustainable long-term funding under local control which Cambridge has never had. Not under Eastern Counties, nationalised in 1948, with Norwich-based management answerable to Whitehall, not to Shirehall, and not with post-1986 private companies answerable to shareholders who've brought never-ending changes to routes, times, days of operation with just 8 weeks' notice to the traffic commissioners. Last autumn's scramble by the combined authority, and thank you to them, to find and fund replacements for stagecoaches withdrawals left rural residents fearful of complete isolation. Late short-term central government funding announcements have exacerbated matters. Unsurprisingly, the Making Connections report recorded 70% in favour of improved bus services, with even those opposed to the sustainable travel zone recognising and largely supporting improvements. Albeit the GCP are collaborating with the combined authority to stabilise the network with all bus services under contract franchising, this is not enough. Bus improvements can no more rely on fare box revenue than on sporadic, precarious central government grants. The GCP, I would argue, has a duty to agree reliable, sustainable, locally controlled funding sources. To abandon, as some in the motor lobby would have you do, rather than modify the Making Connections proposals, would be to ignore strong public support for sustainable transport, to tolerate aggravated traffic congestion, and to perpetuate unreliable, declining bus services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'm now going to ask Lynn to respond to those 3 questions.
Thank you, Chair. To Ms Hughes, first of all, with the question around from the Sustainable Travel Alliance. Look, it's really clear from the consultation that there is a recognition of the transport issues facing this area, and there is that desire to see public transport and active travel improvements. One of the most important aspects of the Making Connections proposals, as they're set out, is that potential to create a long-term, stable, locally controlled funding source that can be invested into public and sustainable transport for Greater Cambridge. That's part of the rationale for setting out the proposals. The focus of today, of course, will then be the Joint Assembly considering directly whether it thinks it is worth continuing to look at potential amendments to the proposals that could do that. And so I'm sure they will welcome your comments and supporting them to do so. In response to the question on behalf of Mr Mackay, we're working within a sort of standard process set out by government here. We first did a sort of series of preliminary technical work, and previous rounds of consultations led us to the version of the work that was put out to consultation last December. You do that by design at a relatively formative stage to gather information to help you assess the impact. And so that's what we've done last year. So part of the purpose of the consultation was to gather the evidence that would allow us to undertake the sorts of detailed work that you're talking out. We've heard what people have said. We've gathered all of that evidence. That includes evidence around concerns about the impacts on business. Businesses have told us a little bit more about how they will experience these charges, what might make it better for them. Evidence of those concerns is flagged to the Joint Assembly in these papers to consider if further work is undertaken. So if the board asks us to proceed with development, all of that work goes into then sort of future stages of technical work to do that more detailed financial, economic modelling that would allow us to have more detail. Final matter, of course, being a matter, the final decision being a matter for the County Council. In response to Mr Wood, similar points there actually. One of the most important aspects of the proposals was that locally controlled funding source, which can be sort of predictable into advance and allow you a level of control over what you fund with security that the revenue is unlikely to fall off a cliff in the immediate few years. It is certainly the case that the deregulated bus network has been struggling nationally and locally. Passengers are still below pre-COVID levels. Car traffic recovered more quickly from COVID than bus traffic. And so we've seen so far a relatively car-based recovery from COVID. As you say, last year the Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough stepped in to provide some emergency funding for services that weren't otherwise viable. We know there are more services behind that which are going to struggle and are at risk. And so, again, the sort of decision here today, well, not here today, the decision in future for the board in deciding how to go forward will be how they deliver that security. This is one option on the table to do that, and we've heard the public response to that. And so it'll be now for them to consider how they want to move forward on that.
Lynn, and now we have two more public questioners. The first is Sarah Lightowlers on behalf of Cambridgeshire Parents for the Sustainable Travel Zone. So, would you like to go ahead with your 2 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. The Making Connections report shows that there is significant concern amongst local residents and groups that the proposed sustainable travel zone could disadvantage low-income groups. However, data suggests that these groups also disproportionately bear the serious harms of the status quo: air and noise pollution and congested, unsafe roads. This is despite the fact that households in the lowest income areas contribute less to these problems due to lower rates of car ownership, fewer diesel vehicles and fewer miles driven. In 2021, 38% of households in the lowest income quintile nationwide, compared with 16% in the highest quintile, did not own a car. Infrequent and unreliable public transport provision is likely to be a major problem for this group, particularly for families who may be making multi-step journeys. What assessment has the GCP made of the impacts, both economic and on health outcomes, on low incomes?
And thanks for having us today. CamCycle is a local organisation working for more, better and safer cycling for all ages and abilities in and around the Cambridgeshire region. We are a democratic membership organisation with nearly 1,700 members. Our position is formed through engagement with our members, including surveys, and is broadly supported by our membership, of course. We're not all in perfect agreement on all the issues today. So I'll focus on that. Right. This consultation shows strong support for active travel and public transport improvements. And CamCycle believes that by making the scheme better and fairer, we can achieve a high-quality transport system for all. Better. We have to make sure that this programme is not solely about the bus network, though as members of the Sustainable Travel Alliance, clearly we are in support of an improved bus network. 75% of consultation respondents cycled, with strong support for improved cycleways and secure cycle parking, including among those who were opposed to a road charge. The most popular sustainable travel measure was making the city more accessible for disabled people. The GCP should start delivering more active travel improvements that people want now, on top of already scheduled projects. This must include links between towns and villages and not just into and within Cambridge. We also need to fast-track progress on the road network hierarchy and parking schemes to free up road space. To be fairer, motor traffic reduction and a reliable source of funding are essential for better active travel, so it is vital that the GCP delivers a plan that will work. To address concerns, progress is needed on a workplace parking levy and other potential schemes to improve the income. And we could look at extending the zone to weekends, adding systems of free passes and so on, so there is more flexibility for people travelling in and around the city. And I'm sure the consultation will reveal some options that could be worked with. People in Cambridgeshire need better walking, cycling and wheeling infrastructure now, and the guarantee of a scheme that will prioritise sustainable transport for the future. Will the GCP commit to strengthening its commitment to active travel by ring-fencing funding and bringing forward new schemes to ensure the effectiveness of a revised sustainable travel zone for funding and traffic reduction? Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. And I will turn to Lynn again.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lightowlers. So look, we've done some preliminary work, as you'd expect. As I was explaining, there's a sort of preliminary round of technical work, then you go out to consultation, and on the basis of that, you sort of carry on and do that more detailed work. And the sort of, that framework allows you to not do too much work before you talk to people, not do too much work before you gather evidence. And so we've done some preliminary social and distributional impact assessment work, some health impacts and the qualities impact, and that's all published now. Those are living documents, as is right. So if we go forward, we will update them with evidence gathered through the consultation, as well as update them to reflect any changes to the scheme if the board instructs us to proceed with further work. You're right to point out the sort of importance of making sure you think about how people are impacted and whether that's fair and low incomes. In the consultation material, we emphasised that the scheme would have a range of discounts, exemptions and reimbursements, which included a low-income discount proposed, so that there could be fairness in that. The detailed feedback we got on that would inform specifically how that was designed if it goes forward. And you're also right to point out that the package needs to be considered as a whole. So you consider the impacts of any zone charge, but you also consider the impacts of any bus improvements and other improvements, which disproportionately benefit those on lower incomes who may be struggling in the case. So the thing does need to be assessed as a whole. And you're also correct to point out that the evidence broadly does show that people on lower incomes tend to suffer disproportionately from negative environmental and health impacts caused by congestion and pollution. So thank you for those points. In terms of Mr. Bowes' points, I've touched on lots of these in previous answers actually, but you're absolutely right to sort of say that source of funding is an important thing if you're going to deliver long-term changes. That's part of what the proposals were. It's worth flagging particularly that, as I said before, the City Access Programme more broadly, beyond making connections, I've already mentioned the road network hierarchy, which features here. There's also the integrated parking strategy, which would sort of think about broader parking issues and how that can support unintended consequences. And beyond that, in terms of ring fencing and so on, obviously, if it moves forward, there's a question about how the zone is altered, how that might change any income you get, and how you balance that, which would be a matter for the board to consider if we did any further detailed work on this.
Thanks very much, Lynn. And then two more people to speak before our debate, and that is two members of partner councils who've asked to come along. The first of those is Councillor Tong, who is a member of Cambridge City Council. Councillor Tong, would you like to take the seat over here? And you can stand if you wish, yes. You'll need the microphone, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Cool. Hello. So, yeah, I'm Elliot Tong. I'm the City Councillor for Abbey Ward, and my question is related to the economic impact of the scheme. Apologies, because some of the points other people have made are going to be repeated here slightly. So firstly, I want to acknowledge the fact that an economic impact assessment was produced back in September. However, it was mainly thinking about the financial logistics of it as a transport scheme, rather than its focus on, Cambridge City and Cambridge City Council. So my question is, are there any plans to produce a more detailed report that are going to focus on these elements? If so, when is it going to be produced? Who's it going to be produced by? And when will it be allowed to be scrutinised by councillors? I know there's the temptation to think that it can be produced, after the plans have been rejected or accepted. However, I do think it's going to make a big difference to people's opinions on it. So I think it's quite important to sort it out at some point soon. I'd also like to bring it up a few things that I think, it would be useful to acknowledge within these plans. So firstly, the impact on the finances of Cambridge City Council. So Cambridge City Council makes around 10 million a year just off parking fines. So I think it's, useful to consider how our finances are going to be impacted. Secondly, as Mr. Mackay has, it's been acknowledged, people are very worried about the impact on businesses, especially small businesses during this cost of living crisis. We even have big businesses like M&S saying that they're worried they'll lose around £140,000 a year from the scheme. So thinking about having some sort of assessment of the impact on these people, I think, is necessary. And finally, I'd like some of the assumptions to be looked at that underpin the financing model for the scheme itself. So from what I understand, the plan aims to cut down traffic by around 50%, and then the remaining 50% will split themselves between walking, cycling, and taking the bus. The scheme also wants more people than at present to be taking the bus. So I was just wondering where your assumptions that more people would spread to bus rather than those other methods, whether those come from, what they're based on.
Elliot, I'd now like to ask the other member of a partner council to speak. That is County Councillor Susan van der Ven, and she's on Teams. You there,
Hello.
Susan?
Yeah, thank you.
You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I'll just say I'm also a South Cambs district councillor. So I'm here wearing two hats. The Bassingbourn ward is typical of many South Cambridgeshire villages with its minimal subsidised bus service that offers only a limited connection to a few neighbouring villages and the market town of Royston. There's no bus to Cambridge. In spite of train stations in the area, Royston, Ashwell and Morden, Meldreth, Shepperth, Foxton, there is no link up between bus and rail, and a paucity of safe cycling links out of the villages means that travel by car is the only safe option for accessing train services to essential destinations. This presents a massive barrier to young people preparing to enter post-16 education and training. The Camvale bus user group, which represents the number 17 bus in the Bassingbourn and Mordens area, and the Meldreth, Shepperth and Foxton Rail user group have highlighted this deficit in their responses to the Making Connections consultation. Surely the existence of a good rail service is an invitation to connect bus services to it, thereby building upon a core existing public transport network and equalising access to it, and alleviating pressure on roads in and out of Cambridge. Can any redesign and augmentation of the existing bus network optimise opportunities for bus-rail links? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And I will now ask Lynn if she could respond to those two representations.
Very happy to, Chair. Councillor Tong. In terms of your points around parking revenue and financial assessments, we would carry out further detailed financial assessments if the scheme were to go forward. That would include a consideration of sort of wider issues such as parking. There's also, as I've mentioned a couple of times now, an integrated parking strategy which would follow. There are a number of factors, including but not limited to Making Connections, which will have both upwards and downwards impacts on expected revenue there, and there does need to be a bit of work to work out what the net effect of that is. That would be a sort of for a future stage if that were to go forward. Likewise, on economic impact, just to reassure that, that work would be done at a future stage. It would be done to support a decision. It wouldn't be carried out after a decision. The timing of that decision, the timeline, would be a matter for the board to decide from here on in. That's probably the points there. In terms of your questions on the modelling in particular, those come out of the standard modelling suite that we use that's consistently used across the county, which predicts mode shifts. Those are the tools we have that we use to make consistent predictions across the various choices that we made. There's some quite detailed technical notes online which contain the details and assumptions of all that. Obviously, if we move forward, the expectation is that there will be changes, there have been updates, baseline data has been changing, renewed modelling would have to be done. So that's that. I think you also asked a question about whether or not they included bus fare subsidies, which they do, but not the most recent DFT one, which postdates the technical work that we did. In terms of Councillor Van de Ven, yeah, you make some really helpful points about the fact that the bus network does need to be designed to think about a range of things, and there's clear feedback here that there are social considerations in what a bus network should look like as well as commercial. And there is a sort of desire from various communities to have a bus network that supports those social needs over and above what might be deliverable by a company acting in commercial interest. The Mayor has stated his intent to consider franchising, and that would allow that kind of wider social perspective to be taken on decisions about routes. Your point's taken on the specific proposal you made. There's lots like this in the consultation feedback, which is really helpful. So irrespective of the decision on this particular proposal, we've got an awful lot of really rich information about the services people value, what they prioritise, that can be used in any future thinking, working with our partners at the combined authority.
Thank you very much, Lynn. And I would stress that, the answers and the questions that you've just heard are things that you can draw upon in your discussion, which will take place shortly. Having said that, and given Lynn some time to get her breath back, I'm going to ask her to present to us the report itself that we'll be then discussing. Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. The paper in front of you today sets out a series of points relating to what we've learned from the consultation. It appends the consultation report, which is fairly lengthy. I thought it might be helpful to spend some time today talking through what's in the report and what's in the paper, and also to, for those sitting here today and perhaps for those joining online, to give a little bit of context on how we got there. Next slide, please. So the challenge and why we sort of got here and why the Making Connections proposals are where they are is sort of to respond really to sort of the blessing and the pressure that is sort of the fast economic growth of this area. The City Deal was set up to support the existing local plans, which predicted a significant number more homes and jobs by 2031. By 2021, there were already 35,000 more residents in Greater Cambridge than there were in 2011. That growth has been faster than was previously predicted. And that brings with it great blessings in terms of jobs, in terms of economic prosperity, but it brings challenges too. We need to think about how we manage that growth. The board set itself a target shortly after the City Deal was established to reduce traffic by 15% compared to 2011 levels, even whilst that growth is happening. Up until COVID in 2019, there was 10% more traffic though. And so that reduction needs to be taking place in the face of an increase in traffic. That increase was less than it might otherwise have been because of other investment that had been made, but traffic was still growing. And in the face of all that growth, quite a significant intervention is needed to bring down those traffic levels. Obviously then COVID happened and our travel patterns are different, things have changed. We're still not at the end of understanding how COVID has impacted our working habits and our travel habits. We do know though, car use has recovered more quickly than bus use, leaving the bus network even more precarious than it was. And car use is pretty close now to pre-COVID levels, whilst bus use has lagged a little bit behind. And there are a series of environmental, health and social issues that go along with that that need to be tackled, and that's sort of the genesis of the proposals. Excuse me. It's important to point out that this plan for Making Connections sits in the context of a wider sustainable travel plan and investment by the Greater Cambridge Partnership. So at other times and other places, you've discussed the various busways, the Greenways proposals, and the various other smaller interventions that are helping to support helping people have alternatives to move. City Access and the Making Connections proposals deal specifically with the city centre and how you think about that shift, about creating space for that travel to be better and getting people out of cars and onto more sustainable road modes in the city. I've mentioned this a couple of times in response to questions. Could you move on to the next slide, please? Sorry. I'm moving myself on. I've mentioned a handful of times in response to these questions that the City Access programme is broader than the set of proposals, and it's worth bearing that in mind as you think about it. There's the integrated parking strategy and the road network hierarchy review forthcoming, and a series of other interventions. So this sits in the context of various other interventions to give people genuine alternatives to travelling by car, which they may currently feel that they don't have. Next slide, please. In terms of how we've got to this point, it's perhaps worth rehearsing that. There has been sort of 5 or 6 years leading up to this point of a sort of series of incremental decisions, technical studies, consultations that have been a funneling up until this point. And that's been based on both technical work that has brought us here in terms of what are the options at our disposal to address these problems and to achieve these objectives, and also a series of different public consultations, ranging from right back towards the beginning, a big conversation asking about travel behaviours and what might change them, through a citizens' assembly in 2019, which went into some of these really knotty challenges in really great depth with a series of demographically representative people who got in a room for 4 days with experts that they could question and challenge, worked their way through the fact that there aren't easy solutions to these questions. There's no silver bullet that makes everybody happy, and sort of pushed us in this direction. And Making Connections first consultation last year, which asked about the principles of road user charging compared to other things. So there's been a sort of funneling to this point and quite a lot of evidence and public consultation that led us here. Next slide, please. Worth setting out a few of the other options that have been considered and discounted both by previous technical work and by consultation. So we've looked at a pollution-based charge, which charges vehicles to drive, but distinguishes particularly on whether or not they're lower emission vehicles. We've looked at the option of doing significant road closures, something similar perhaps to seen in Oxford and other places, where you use physical measures to sort of suppress traffic and encourage people onto other modes and provide safer spaces. We've looked at workplace parking levy, which we've touched on already today. We looked at a road user charge, which was very sort of varied by time of day, and we looked at using parking charges as a tool to sort of manage demand and to support revenue for public transport. So all those things have been considered, and there's a sort of series of sort of good reasons why we've ended up where we are today with the proposals that we consulted on, which is sort of now the question at hand for how we want to move forward. Next slide, please. It's worth just flagging very briefly, I won't dwell on them, but quite a lot has sort of changed since we did the consultation, and it's worth acknowledging that. The world moves on as we do these things. Any future work would obviously need to take account of these changes and take account of things like, you know, continuing to learn about what the world of work and travel looks like post-COVID. But we've had now an East-West rail route announcement. We've had a recent announcement of a big package to support life sciences, driving growth across this region and for the UK economy. We've had updated local plan forecasts which show that growth has been faster than we previously expected. The CPCA was expected to take a decision on its local transport and connectivity plan last week. That's now being deferred to its next meeting. We expect a mayoral update on franchising soon. The DfT has brought in a national £2 bus fare cap, which wasn't envisaged when we went out to consultation. It at the moment is temporary. We don't know yet how long that will last. It's expected to stop in a few months. Last time it was renewed fairly quickly before the end of its term. And of course, in the background, continuing, we know, challenges on cost of living and inflation for people across the board. So the world is changing. That said, next slide, please. Thank you. That slide's fine. It's worth recapping on what we went out to consultation on, just to sort of refresh your memory as we go into this. The proposals for making connections that we talked about in October to December last year set out a three-pronged package for making connections. The first was this transformation of the bus network. We set out quite a detailed vision. We'll come on to talk a little bit about more services, more locations. The second was this fund to invest in new sustainable travel schemes, walking, cycling, wheeling, public realm. And the third, which is the one that delivers the first two, is a sustainable travel zone in which you pay to drive, and that revenue is ring-fenced legally to be spent on transport in this area. And we set out a series of discounts, exemptions, and reimbursements available. So I'll go relatively quickly to the next slide, please. Just as a reminder, that's the bus network we set out. It involves a range of things. So it is new routes, but it's not just new routes. It's fares, it's higher frequency services on the existing routes. It's actually a reshaping of the network so that it sort of is fit for the growth that we expect across the city region in coming years, so that it focuses more on the peripheral sites that aren't as well served at the moment, not all about the city centre. So it gives longer operating hours that genuinely reflect how people travel around the city, that cater for shift workers, for hospital porters, for those sorts of people that currently can't, for example, use the park and ride. A huge increase in rural services, very much above and beyond what is currently there and what could be supported commercially. And also subsidised fares to ensure that bus travel is both more affordable for people that use it, but also more attractive when compared with car travel than it currently is. So that's the bus network proposals. Next slide, please. We set out in slightly less detail, because we wanted to ask questions about this, a series of investments possible in sustainable travel schemes. And that includes both setting them up, but also, we heard earlier today, questions of how you maintain and keep going those connections, how you make them continue to be well used, safe, and reliable. And so we got lots of helpful feedback on that. Next slide, please. And as I said, this was underpinned by the Sustainable Travel Zone. I'll recap very briefly on what that was, because it's a fairly complex proposal, and so it's worth refreshing our minds on what that is. The chart shows you there a map. It covers broadly the urban area of Cambridge. It is loosely bounded by the park and ride sites that already exist and are outside the zone. So if you're coming from outside from almost any direction, you have the option to stop and go in on public transport rather than carry on driving and paying. All the money raised from the charge would be legally ring-fenced and invested back into transport in this area. The zone was proposed to come in only after bus improvements had ramped up, and it's worth reminding that in any other time or place that would be a difficult thing to achieve because you would need to start paying for the buses once you put them in. In this time and place, there's a city deal where some money has been notionally set aside by the GCP board to ramp up that bus improvement before the zone comes in. And in the end, it's expected that as if implemented per the proposals, it would give about 50 million a year to invest in that better, cleaner, safer transport. Next slide, please. It's important to recognise now that there will be people who struggle to do things other than drive by car. We set out a series of discounts, exemptions and reimbursements and invited comments on them. I won't go through them in detail, but they included things like a low-income discount, they included discounts for carers, they included a suggestion of a scheme dealing with people that needed to visit hospital frequently, who were immunocompromised, who were visiting A&E, and so on. Slide, please. Proposals we went out to talk to the public about. The consultation process, the paper takes you through a little bit about what we did. We went out to talk to people from 17th of October to 23rd of December last year, about 10 weeks. We had a huge range of responses. Some of the slides I'll show you here today focus on the headlines, but it's really important to say there's an enormous amount of data underneath here. We have started to analyse that. There's much more we could carry on to understand after that. There's an enormous amount of detail. If we go forward to deliver any proposals or to test other options, that will be really useful in finessing the detail and answering the questions that people have about, well, how exactly might this work? The answer is we have an idea. It will be shaped by some of that feedback. So we asked a consultation questionnaire, and that's the bulk of the response that we got, 24,000 responses. We also had a series of emails, letters, we had written organisational responses, both separately and through the survey. We held stakeholder group events, we had outreach events, we obviously had some comments via social media, and we also did some background opinion polling of a demographically representative sample of the wider travel to work population. And all of those bits of evidence are sort of there in the consultation report. It will be for decision makers to decide the weight they place on the various bits of evidence. We hope that they're helpful there to triangulate one another. No one of those pieces of information is a single point of truth, and many of them tell you things that sort of contradict one another. There are tensions in the feedback that people are giving you that need to be worked through and reconciled, but they're there sort of in good faith and as transparently as we can do it to sort of show you the information. Next slide, please. Consultation analysis report sets that all out. It's appended to your pack here today, but I'll take you through the headlines now, if I may. Next slide, please. So as I said, we're quite focused in this presentation on some of the survey results because they lend themselves well to headlines, but I'll summarise at the end some of the headlines that we got through the other elements. Before we talk about the survey results, it's worth talking a little bit about who the people were that responded to our survey. 24,000 of them. It goes without saying that's far in excess of any consultation we've ever done before. It's a really, really useful, rich source of evidence to understand what people think. It deliberately framed questions that were closed. Do you support or oppose these proposals? And it also framed questions that were open. So what do you think about these proposals? What might you change? What might you like to see differently? And that's really important because that helps to give you actionable insights from what you learn. In terms of who answered our survey, compared to the background population, consultation respondents were slightly older. We were really pleased that we managed to get quite a large youth response, much larger than we've previously achieved, and it's important that you hear from all sections of the population. But the sample is on average still older than the background population, more likely to be employed or self-employed, so in work, and more likely to be in education, less likely to be out of work, broadly otherwise similar to the population, certainly not identical, but not wildly different to the background population in demographics, much more likely to be from the immediate area of Greater Cambridge than the wider hinterland, The representative polling in part counteracts that. It has a larger sample from further away to sort of set those things aside one another. And we know from comparing the consultation survey and the opinion polling that people responded to the survey were much more likely to have very strong opinions than people that responded to the poll, one way or the other. Next slide, please. So just to skim through some of the top results, 70% of people told us that they were in support of the vision that we set out for buses there, that transformation of the network. Next slide, please. We asked people, because it's quite important to know what bus improvements they'd like to see first, and that's because GCP has set aside this money from the city deal to start ramping up those services in advance of the sort of long-term network that comes in and can be supported by the charge. It's really important to know what people value first, so you can design a ramp-up that speaks to what people most need. The responses, as you would expect, look slightly different from those inside compared with outside Cambridge, and that's all in the mix. The first thing that people tell us they want is fast, high-frequency services. And it's worth pausing on that a little bit, because it's really important to say that those fast, high-frequency services cannot be delivered by money alone. So they need revenue, but they don't only need revenue. They need traffic on the streets to be lower so that buses can be more reliable, so that the 4 buses in an hour don't end up sort of stacked in the same traffic queue and all arriving at once in the same 10-minute window. That needs to change if public transport is going to get better. So you need to reduce the burden on the network as well as generate the money to fund the service to answer that. Next one, please. We asked about the various elements of the active travel and public space things, and as some of the questions pointed out, there's really strong support for these elements of the proposals that are other than bus. So very strong support across the board for all of these elements, slightly less so for car clubs, and we will need to dig down a little bit into that and see the detail of the responses under that to understand that, but it's a helpful sort of shape and sort of vote of support for that vision set out. Next slide, please. One of the benefits of the free text questions we're able to ask is we could ask people, is there anything else that we missed here? What else should we fund? Would you like to see this money go towards? As you would expect, there's quite an array of answers there. This chart that's on the screen here now shows some of the coding that we did of the free text responses. That's how we turned the text into something actionable. In all of the ones of these I'll show you, at the top of that, there's some generic, sort of general statement of either support or opposition for the zone. On this one, it's opposition to the zone. Underneath that, in terms of the specific answers to the question, there are a couple of things I wanted to flag, actually, and they're just highlighted there. One is that the top 3 responses there highlighted are all focused really on maintenance. It's about making the infrastructure there is better, maintaining the infrastructure. So that maintenance argument comes through really clearly in what people would like to see funded. And also the points made earlier about sort of pedestrian infrastructure and segregation and safety of space, that's really important. And again, that's something you need road space to deliver. Next slide, please. When we ask people whether they support the sustainable travel zone as set out to deliver this, there is less support. There is 34% support from the public for the proposal in the sustainable travel zone. There is 58% opposition. Next slide, please. If you compare that between the public survey and the opinion polling, it's slightly more muted. Levels of support are about the same between the survey and the poll. Levels of opposition are lower in the representative polling than in the consultation survey. And ambivalence or neither or don't know are more in the poll. And so there's, next slide please. I wanted to show that another way, which is really just to say, if you look at the consultation responses, about 70% of the survey respondents feel really strongly about the proposals one way or the other. And that's great, that's what you want to collect from a public consultation survey. People with their strong opinions come and give you those opinions and help you shape the scheme. The opinion in the background representative polling is a lot more muted. There are fewer people, only 34% of those people feel strongly. That might be more representative of the sort of background opinion of this. But it also might reflect people that are relatively less already knowledgeable about the scheme. And so those 2 pieces of evidence sit alongside one another. Next slide, please. Drill down into the support or opposition for the zone amongst different age groups. You see that support is very much strongest amongst the youngest age groups, and in particular, age 16 to 24, where about 60% of respondents support the proposals as set out. Support declines with age, is at a low point between age 55 and 64, and then is slightly higher again in the 75 and above age category, which is the first category then to go back above average towards the end. Next slide, please. We've done a bit of geographic breakdown of that support. The consultation survey shows higher support inside the proposed zone boundary than outside of it. Actually, the polling shows a slightly different and more moderate position. So again, those two things sit alongside one another as complementary pieces of evidence. Next slide, please. Asked in the polling, because in the polling we couldn't replicate all of the open questions that are in the consultation survey, we instead just asked people, could we change anything about this scheme if you don't like it that would make you consider supporting the scheme? And about half of people who answered that question who opposed the zone said, no, there's no change you could make to the zone that would make you support it. About half of the people that opposed the zone in the polling said that there were various things that you might be able to change that would change their mind about it. That question isn't in the consultation survey because instead we've got those free text responses, but it's a sort of comparable piece of information to sit alongside it. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, you're already on the next slide. It's worth breaking down how people who feel that they don't like the zone feel about the bus and sustainable travel proposals, and this chart shows you that. At the top there, it shows you how people who strongly oppose the zone feel about the proposals. About half of them still support that bus vision. So that's worth setting out, and as you go down and as opposition weakens to the zone, so support for the bus improves. Next slide, please. We asked an open question to people. If you don't support the zone, but you are in favour of delivering the bus and sustainable transport elements, what else do you suggest? What would be your alternatives? Because that's a helpful piece of information for the board to consider when they decide how to move forward. There are, as you'd expect, quite a wide range of things of that. I think the only thing I'd draw to your attention is the fact that in the main, people are making suggestions to do that. You have to get quite low down that list of sort of most frequent things until people get to the point where they say, you shouldn't do this spending, you should just spend less, or you should only run the buses that are commercially viable. So that shows a sort of a relatively low priority on just abandoning the bus and other proposals, and perhaps more on finding other ways of delivering them. Next slide, please. This is an attempt really to pull together, there's intentionally a rich amount of feedback in the report, which gives you both summaries in terms of the quantitative data and draws out and highlights some points from the qualitative data. We've tried to summarise this in your paper and on this slide here. What are the key issues? There's an element of professional judgment in how we've selected these. They are a combination of the things that occurred most frequently, but also issues which you might have heard slightly less frequently, but which feel important to consider. It's not exhaustive, but it's a summary. Questions about hospitals, question about the impact on small business and self-employed, and we've heard a question on that today. Questions about hours and charges, concerns about impact on those on low incomes, difficulties for parents in doing multiple stop trips. There's a range of things there to consider in terms of the issues that have been flagged, in terms of concerns. Next slide, please. And the paper goes on to say, if the board chooses to do so, there are a series of levers at their disposal for modifying the proposals. And those break broadly into two categories, and the paper describes them very briefly at high level with not too much impact assessment. What are the things at your disposal? So one is that you could alter the basic parameters of the scheme. So you could make its hours different or change the charge rate or play with the boundary. The other is that you could change the rules of the scheme, and so who is required to pay the charge and in what circumstances. And so you could look again at discounts, exemptions, reimbursements, consider things like free days. The paper goes through these and there are various pros and cons one by one. Some of those technically are easier to deliver and some of them are more challenging to deliver. There's all sorts of points of sort of specific operational detailed design that could be sort of dealt with in any option. And any of those changes could be put together in almost infinite combinations. So there's quite a wide range of changes that are available here. When making those changes though, next slide please. What's really important to flag though is in responding to concerns expressed about the zone, you of course impact your ability to deliver the bus and sustainable travel zone improvements that were set out in the consultation. That will be something that decision makers will need to work out what is the right balance. There aren't easy answers to that. There also isn't an answer to the consultation feedback that is clear. There is a balancing of different perspectives. And so it's thinking about how you sort of go through and get that balance. Again, that involves both thinking about the revenue implications and the traffic reduction implications. So final slide, please. So your paper concludes really by inviting you as a joint assembly simply to note the feedback from the consultation, to consider the range of potential adaptations to the scheme, and to then give a view as to whether and how the Executive Board should proceed. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Lynn. You can go back onto your throat sweets now, and I'll come off mine. I think we're all set up for our discussion now. In my experience of the Assembly, it's always best when we're evidence-driven, reflective and interactive, and I would urge members to pursue that this afternoon. So this is a large and complex subject, even though it seemed like we started out with a lot of time, try and keep your input concise and to the point. I've indicated how I propose to structure the discussion, and I intend to try and stick to that. So try and zone in on the right place to make your comments, and we will get through and with some suggested consequences at the end of it. If it seems helpful at any stage to check that whether we've got a consensus bursting out, then I may take a straw poll to show whether that's the case or not, rather than wait for everyone to say so. And we will talk about our advice to the board at the end. The structure that I've indicated is based on the sequence of the report, so it's quite easy to follow. I was proposing, therefore, that we start with the contents of section 1 of the written report, which is really the backstory, the sequence of the development of this policy up to the point we consulted on our proposals last year. Really, the question I think for us at this point is, have any concerns arisen about the way we rode into that consultation last year, and are there any new factors that ought to prompt us to think differently than we thought at the outset of the consultation? So could I have any comments on that, please? Katie.
So the consultation finished 6 months ago, and quite a lot of things can happen since then. And there was a slide about things that have changed, but some specific things. The CPCA local transport and connectivity plan was delayed recently. Does that have an impact on our decision-making process, particularly the franchising that the combined authority are involved with? And I think there is a lot of interest in franchising as an important part of how we consider the options going forward. So does the scheme, if it goes ahead in any format, would it impact the franchising option? Also, the other thing that's happened is East-West Rail. You mentioned that is, it has been announced that it will come into Cambridge. Does that would, and talking about train stations, and I think what Councillor Van der Veer said is, can a bus scheme be aligned with train timetable? So there's a lot of concern about reliability of the buses. Is it possible with our technology to align the buses with trains? But could it be even taken further so that it's aligned with the nurses' schedule, work schedules or shift schedules? I mean, is that sort of connected thinking possible to give real confidence that the buses can be really reliable for when people need them?
Thanks, Katie. I mean, you raised a number of points which we will come back to later, but the question is in respect to those things, is there something that causes us to think differently at this point? Peter, I'm told you're on point for this.
Thank you, Chair. So the local transport and connectivity plan is the strategic plan, transport plan for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area. Responsibility resides with the combined authority to progress that. They've gone through the process. They're not quite received, not quite at the end, and they'll consider it again in 4 weeks' time. In the absence of the updated plan, you stick with the current plan. And the current plan says, within the context of Greater Cambridge, we need better bus services, we need to manage our demand, we need to find a way of promoting sustainable travel. So the strategic context has not changed in terms of the decisions and considerations that are before you. Clearly, it'll be updated when the next plan's updated, but actually the policy basis, is perfectly sound for you to consider what is in front of you today. In terms of franchising, again, franchising I think falls under the question to franchise or not falls under the better bus service sort of policy area. The mayoral combined authority has the power to consider franchising and indeed to franchise the bus network. That's currently going through a prescribed process. There are a series of steps that the mayor needs to take that in. It is clear that in franchising the current network, which essentially means that there is public accountability, public decision-making, rather than decision-making being in the behest of private operators. But that does a number of things. One, in terms of your question around nurses, connectivity, absolutely deliverable if you went down that line. But I think the bigger question around franchising is you wouldn't franchise the current network because I think there's a general concern with the current network. It doesn't go far enough, it's not late enough, it's not cheap enough, there aren't enough buses. And so I think the decision that the combined authority will have to think through, and obviously that's where it links with your considerations today, is how you find the investment, revenue investment, to go into that bus network that can deliver just the sort of connections that you were talking about, which I think is what people as Lynn sort of eloquently described earlier on, people have said they want the better bus service if at all possible.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, we will come back to the question of franchising towards the latter part of the discussion. But I'm reading what you're saying on the general point here is that there isn't nothing in those clutch of issues that would invalidate the process that we've been through to get to the consultation last year. So let's park the specifics and we will come back to those. Are there any other types of concern that people have about, in retrospect, the development of the policy up to last autumn? Neil, Helen?
Chair, just in this section about franchising, it was about the assumptions for the cost of the buses to do what we want them to do. Just simply because the costs that Stagecoach projects and those that are given by Transport for London are vastly different. So I imagine that this would change the cost of doing what we want to do with buses if it was franchised or if it was done in a slightly different way. The other one that clearly has influenced this stage, coming up to this stage, I mean, it's been a long time, the various consultations, including the one in 2021, and this one was the first one where a group aimed to influence the outcome. So and I understand with the other polling, and there were different things in the mix this time. So we will have to account for that in some way, I guess. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Neil. I have Helen.
I wanted to make a few comments about backstory, given that's the section that we're in. A few personal sort of remarks and then remarks about the process. I'm one of, I think, 4 of us now who have been involved in this from the very outset, so getting on for 8 years. We've attended hundreds of meetings and read many thousands of pages through that process. 3 of the 4 of us, if my maths are correct, who have been involved throughout are not elected with either university or business representatives, and I know there has been some question as to whether or not, in a sense, we're legitimate members of the Assembly. I think we are, in that the City deal was signed by this government involving those representatives. And I think the fact that 3 of the 4 of us who've been involved right from the outset are not elected councillors has been a helpful thing for the Assembly, because we understand a lot of the background, we've got quite a lot of continuity, and we're not so worried about being elected from time to time. So I hope that and think that we've concentrated entirely on what we see is best for the long-term future of the City of Cambridge. And I'm not saying councillors clearly do that as well, but they do have other perspectives to bring to bear. So what I would say at this point is I think we've been through huge amounts of consultation, and logically, as it were, each step building on the previous one, funneling to the proposals that we put before the public. And at each stage of those consultation, we have had broad support, I think, for the direction of travel. The City Assembly, I think, was a particularly interesting example. I attended some of that Assembly discussions, and the more they thought about it and the more expert they became, the more supportive they were of the need to do something fairly radical to solve our problems. So I'll wrap up, I think, here, but essentially what I feel as somebody who's been involved throughout is where we are now is a logical consequence of many previous consultations. And as has already been outlined, we've got feedback that is in some senses mutually contradictory. But so from where I'm sitting at the moment, and I'm obviously going to listen to the debate, I still feel that the status quo is not an option, and that we do need to take some radical steps to improve our city for the future. So, as I say, I will be listening to the debate, but I'm not inclined at this moment to say that, although there is clearly some strong feelings about the STZ, that we should, abandon all of the consultation that we've done so far. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. I'm going to pop in at this point some comments from Heather Williams, who, despite not being able to be here today, obviously has some quite distinct views, and I think to help us with that.
I'm going to try. So Councillor Williams has sent us, quite lengthy comments, which I think it would be helpful if we published those, alongside the minutes of the meeting. So I will briefly try to summarise. On this particular question regarding the backstory, Councillor Williams considers there's been 3 new factors since this journey began: COVID, war in Europe, and the cost of living crisis making life hard for people. She goes on to say, therefore, that these are all reasons why introducing a charge in the near future is an error of judgment. She then talks more about the impacts, particularly on business, and why she thinks that because of the impacts of COVID on business, this is the last thing that they would need at the current time.
Okay, so she goes a bit further than the aspect that we're talking about now, but we can bear that in mind when we get there. Are there any other comments on the backstory? I see Claire.
Question of are there any new factors? I would say that Cambridge is needed by the country more than ever. The innovation that we have here is needed more than ever, and various things in the strategies, the life science, etc., would show that. The cost of car ownership has gone up, and that is at the same time as cost of living pressures of inflation have also impacted that. Bus services have been pulled out, and then there is some support for those. We appreciate that the margins of local businesses are going to be struggling at the moment. Shopping in general has changed, so business overall has changed through all the reasons that Heather and others have mentioned. But for me, are there any new factors? The pressure is on further need to do something rather than less need to do something.
Thank you.
It's really interesting hearing what Helen was saying about the work that's led up to this, but a lot of people felt that this comes out of the blue. I think we heard from residents that they felt that it was dropped on them. So do we know why many fewer people engaged previously than they did this time?
Thanks, Katie. Do officers have a comment on that? I mean, my observation is that as soon as things get specific, people think that it then is affecting them. But Lynn, do you want to comment?
Only to violently agree with you. I think in previous consultations we heard that it is always difficult to engage the public in local government consultation. You need to try very hard to reach out to people. In previous consultations, I think we've heard people say, these are interesting questions, but can we see tangibly what it would look like? We put out something very tangible, and I think people responded to that. May I pick up on Neil's point just about pressure groups and so forth? It is entirely normal in consultations that various people campaign in various directions, and there's sort of nothing untoward in that, but we've done our best in the report to sort of reflect that.
Thank you. So, I mean, what I'm hearing is that that there's nothing happened as far as most people are concerned that invalidates the process that we took into the consultation. And I'm hearing from several people that in as much as some things have happened since, they may have underlined the need for an initiative of this nature. Is that a fair summary? Because I feel I need to insert some summary here in order to enable us to get on. If that is really violently unrepresentative, then someone should stop me. Neil, are you going to stop me or agree with me?
Can I kind of agree with you? And just to pick up on what Lynn said, we had a lot more engagement with this one in terms of numbers. And I guess part of that is down to a particular campaign that went on and spent a lot of money on posters and all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, it meant engagement. And so I don't think it invalidates anything.
Simon?
First thing is, did Councillor Williams mention the economic impact of Brexit in her remarks?
No.
I thought not.
I think we'd have heard about it if she had.
Yeah. So that has a serious impact on people's livelihoods in this country. The loss of £40 billion in tax revenues, which this government has had now to recover through higher taxes. I just wanted to make that point. I think the other thing that's become more formalised, or will be formalised in due course, is the rate of growth in the economy, which is going to be translating into job creation and need for more housing. So the local plan, the emerging local plan, the current local plan, will be seeing the delivery of over 50,000 houses between 2021 and 2041. Now, those numbers are always bandied about, but when you look at what the baseline is for those numbers, it actually amounts to a staggering amount of growth. So current number of dwellings in the Greater Cambridge area is around £126,000, 126,000 as of 2021. And so we're looking at a forecast of around 178,000 dwellings by 2041. That is a remarkable 41% increase. It's a staggering amount of growth, and the highway network is not going to grow in proportion to that. So, whilst people say they don't see the congestion on the doorstep, they say they don't see the congestion. Well, you can see that there is some validity to the forecast that we're going to see that pressure on traffic volumes if nothing is done.
Okay, thank you. I think that reinforces what we were all saying. I'm going to take us to the second part of the report now, which is obviously section 2. This is what was done in the consultation period itself, of which there is plenty in the report, and Lynn has also summarised that. And we've also heard from one of the questioners, and I think we often do hear it, that it's contended that the process wasn't fair. So I think it's something that we do need to spend a few minutes on, having seen what it was. Is that something that we can live with as fair and as a decent basis, as a way of generating evidence for us? Are there any contributions people have on that?
Thanks, Tim. Not directly related to that, but I just wanted to ask about the proportion of people that responded from the wider travel to work area versus Greater Cambridge. I think you mentioned, Lynn, that understandably more people from Greater Cambridge responded, which is fine because that's where most people who commute to work come from. But to what extent were the people in Huntingdonshire, Fenland and other East Cambridgeshire and outside of Cambridgeshire itself responding, and were they doing it in the proportions that you were expecting? I think, going back to an earlier comment, over 24,000 responses is brilliant. The number of consultation events and the location of those seems to have gone down extremely well. I was a bit concerned that some of the ones in Huntingdonshire, or ones which people from Huntingdonshire could get to, were put on relatively late, but at least they were, and they were publicised, and people did have the opportunity to attend. But I'm still slightly concerned that people didn't actually respond, even though they do travel to work or play or leisure in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. We'll come back to that, and I'll ask for Lynn's response on that. I think Claire indicated.
A short answer, yes. I think it has been a fair and effective process. I think an astonishing number of hours have been spent on this, and more weight in paper, as Ellen has said, than I've seen on many other questions that we might be asking ourselves. Yes.
Thank you very much, Claire. I've got Katie and Helen, and then I'll come back to Lynn.
It's interesting, we had a public questioner asking about trust, public trust, and what we say, and we also had the Living Streets representative also talking about public trust in this process. So I think I think one of the things is really we have the trust in the process, which is the consultation. I think there was a lot of discussion about the consultation and what was in it before it went out to consultation, and there was a really good response. So we managed to engage with a lot of people to come back. And that information now, I think we absolutely have to be sure that we consider all of that data and evidence from those responses before a decision is made. So I'm very pleased that we are just considering the consultation now, and that any decision is still to be further down the line, and that the decision makers will have to be listening to this conversation and the need for more information and things like that. So one of the things is, it was interesting that you, Peter and Lynn, was telling us about more responses to come as part of the ongoing process. So you talked about assessments about the fairness and how the impact assessments of the current proposals versus status quo, and also that there was an assessment on the business impact, which follow up with in due course. So I would like a bit more information about the ongoing process, and how it continues to be a listening and progressing process. So.
Question, and then I'm just going to, sorry, Helen, I've got next.
Yep, quick question. There's a mention, I think, somewhere in the report of the Consultation Institute being involved. Is there a report from the Consultation Institute? And if so, could it be in the public domain? Because hopefully that might reassure some people around the process, which seems to me to have been very extensive. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a pause there and ask Lynn to respond to those 4 contributions.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, there's a response from the Consultation Institute, which we can put in the board papers. It can be public. It's a really helpful process, actually. We learned a lot from working with them as we went through the coding and the analysis that we did. It improved the work that came to you in the first place, and we were really pleased to have worked with them. Would recommend to other officials doing similar things. In terms of the ongoing assessment, just a little bit more. So exactly right. So we know from this first round of analysis that we've done, for example, that people have expressed concerns about income, the impact on people with lower incomes. We also know that we did make some proposals that there would be a discount for low income people. If we go forward with this, we can drill down into all those free text responses and find out, firstly, is it that people didn't recognise that we'd said we would have a low income discount? Is it that they've seen that but didn't think it would go far enough? Do they have specific comments on what that should look like, and how might that help us if we go forward to design a low income scheme, to understand what would and wouldn't work for people? So that's what I mean by more detailed assessment. I know it feels like a long time since consultation was closed, but we've put this report to you really very quickly after we finished sort of coding it and analysing it. There is loads more that we can learn. Likewise, on equalities, we have asked a specific question about people's views on the equalities impacts. That will help us do 2 things. Number 1, it will help us understand if the preliminary assessment we've done to understand the equalities impact assessment is right. Did we miss things? Have we overlooked things? You need to hear from people who have lived experience of this, as well as do your desk research. Number 2, it helps us think, are there changes we need to make? Are there tweaks and so forth, which might help your design of the scheme? And we haven't done that layer yet, partly because we haven't decided whether and how we're proceeding. It's worth saying some of that information is just valuable whether or not you proceed with any element of this scheme, right? Understanding what people want from their network, what they prioritise, that's just really important data anyway. Go on, if we do more detailed design, it will help there. On the question about the responses, Councillor Wilson, from the wider travel to work area, it's in the consultation report. It is approximately 15,000 of our 24,000 from Greater Cambridge. It's approximately another 3,000 from the wider area beyond Greater Cambridge. There are about 6,000 that didn't give us an address, and it wasn't mandatory to do so, that we can't code geographically. Sorry, just on the events and so forth, sorry, if I can just come back. We did a series of events around the county, as you would expect. One of the things we know about consultation is if you go out to a village hall and hold an event, some people will come, but lots of people won't ever know you are holding it. So as well as doing that, not only doing the set piece events, we tried to go to where people were so that we could get people that weren't the sort of people that would already know we're having consultation. So we did quite a lot of going out with leaflets just to let people know in market squares and you know, various places around the city and at bus stops and all over the place to try and get the sort of people that aren't sort of avid followers of this stuff to come and respond. So it wasn't only about the set piece events, it was also about that wider outreach.
Is that a follow-up, Graham?
Well, it's related to the answer to my first question then. You've identified in the consultation report where the consultation responses came from. What I was trying to establish was if you go back to where people commute from, the original travel to work area, is that in the same proportion or not? And that's what I haven't been able to work out.
Sorry, I don't have that figure to hand, but I'll take an action to go and have a look at that for you.
Pop in the comment that Heather Williams has sent us at this point, and then I'll come to Neil.
Yep, two things from Councillor Williams. One was that she felt that the reach was successful due to the volume of responses, which she thinks is a good thing. On the other side of that, many people have raised with her that question 9 wasn't very explicit, and she's had people asking her why charging wasn't included in the consultation, so therefore she feels that perhaps the consultation wasn't clear enough, and that's something that would need to be addressed.
Thank you. Neil?
Chair, clearly getting information out is key, as we've seen in the Citizens' Assembly. And we're still getting on the doorstep people saying that, why can't we have buses first? You know, and obviously this has been part of the process all along. So people get part of the information, they don't get the other part. About trust in the process, there are some things that have changed a little bit. The amount of growth, for instance, the census was during the tail end of the pandemic, but it probably meant that the numbers were lower than what is really here. But growth is an element that brings about worries for people, and I mean, the alternative to planning for growth is having unplanned growth. And, you know, many people seem to think that if you plan for growth, that actually creates growth somehow. But, you know, obviously we don't live in a gated community. People will move for employment. People will come and go. We could create a situation that was so horrible that people wouldn't want to come here, I guess. I suspect that the drop-off and the boats coming across is due to the lowering of the economic outcomes in this country. I think we have a lower per person GDP than Poland at the moment. So, yeah, so just as a comparator, but basically I think we need to spell out the fact that we are planning and trying to create a situation that is better for the people that are already here, greener, more sustainable. It's not about creating or driving growth in some way.
Thanks, Neil. Just keen to bring us back to the basic question about whether this was a fair and effective process. Kristen Ann, Christopher, Simon.
I think, first of all, I know at this assembly we had a lot of questions about how this would be done and the access and who would reach, and I think I commend the high response rate and the demographic rate and the consensus. I think overall I'm very encouraged by the responses we get, appreciating that there's still a lot more to learn from it. An observation, and then maybe a lesson going forward, the observation is that at the same time as this consultation was done, it was coinciding with when buses were being cut. And we were seeing cuts to bus services. And that's a factual. I would assume the assumption is that people struggle to understand and have trust in the fact that an improved public transport system can be delivered. And I think that this attitude of trust and confidence in what GCP is doing has come up a number of times, and therefore I think what that would lead me to conclude is if, in going forward, we can think about how we can build that trust experientially in a way, because people don't, there's stuff that what's written on paper and promises versus what people experience. And if people are experiencing worsening public transport, their ability to believe that it can get better is huge. So it's something around, it is an observation related to when this consultation happened in the process, and whether we can, going forward, think about how we don't just ask people, how we demonstrate and test things physically.
Thank you.
Really, to answer your question, I believe that we've got to this point after a lot of good work, as Helen said earlier, and the fact that we have had so many responses is an indication the consultation has worked. The fact that it has elicited strong opinions on either side and some in the middle is equally good and gives us plenty to go at as we develop the programme forward, because we are still only one step along the process. And it is very encouraging that we have been given lots of feedback which will help shape what happens next. So I think I'm comfortable with where we are. It's how we deal with it and go on. I sometimes think the question of trust is linked to whether you like what's being proposed or not. And there's an element of that here. But that equally is positive, because it means people are paying attention and listening to what they're being told is a possibility.
Right, thanks, Christopher. And Simon?
I just wanted to make the comment about the demographic representative sampling, because that actually is a corrective to the results of the consultation, where, as it's been said, people who are most strong, hold the strongest views, were more likely to respond to the consultation, and I think that needs to be borne in mind as we progress through this process. And so I think in just pointing about integrity, question of integrity, I'm attracted by the reference in section 216 to Gunning Principle 3. And I think at this point it's useful just to remind ourselves of those Gunning principles. They're known as a prescription for fairness. And that has to be the keynote of what we do. This has to be a fair and transparent process. So I'm just going to talk about 3 of the 4 very briefly, Chair. So first of all, the consultation must provide for intelligent consideration. That's our job for today, at least, and let's hope people who are observing us in action think this is intelligent consideration. We have to allow time for consideration and response. That's the 3rd principle. And the 4th one is that the product of consultation is conscientiously taken into account by the decision makers. That's not us, we're just an advisory role here. But it's that consultation is conscientiously taken into account. Thank you.
Good points. Thank you, Simon. I think we're getting to this stage of this section where the question being, was this a fair and effective process? I'm hearing a lot of yeses and a lot of other statements which seem to add up to that. I think it's probably the right point to say that 24,000 people is a huge number, and we are grateful for their contributions to this, because we asked for their views and their ideas and we got them, and that was always part of the plan. The issue is obviously how we react to them now, but that's what we're going on to do. But I think a moment to say thanks to everyone for doing it is important. Then go to section, 3rd section of the discussion. So looking at the consultation findings, which are summarised in section 3 of the report. So this is the raw material of what people are telling us. And I think we can see that lots of people who want to take away the piece that agreed with them, people are actually telling us a lot of things here. So this is quite an important piece of the discussion, I think. How do members interpret these responses? What are the top lines of what people believe we are being told here, and what are the things that you're taking away from these findings? And obviously, I said there's a lot of findings, and I'm asking for the top lines because I think that is going to provide us the right note to go into detail afterwards. So who would like to start? Claire.
You have the which Claire question in this corner
Oh,
here.
sorry,
Very
I've got
bad
two
alignment.
Claires. I've lost 2 Heathers and I've still got 2 Claires.
I'll kick off. I think we've heard a lot about how better buses seems to be very popular, better active transport seems to be very popular. That's excellent. The only thing in the report, and I read all of the pages, that really slightly jarred with me was in our reaction, the reaction reported to the STZ, and this is the element of making connections received less or more cautious support. I would actually have summarised that better as less support. I mean, it very clearly did have more, more feeling against it than the rest of the report. But that was the only part of the whole report that didn't feel correctly reported to me.
Was the other Claire? No. Graham.
Whilst I agree entirely with Claire, both on the support for buses and support for active travel, what I struggled to work out was what do people who are opposing the SDZ expect to be done in order to fund those improvements? And I couldn't, from the consultation report, pick that up. A lot of the people, or some of the people who said they were very opposed to the SDZ said you don't need to improve buses. But on the other hand, there were a lot of people who were against the SDZ who said, I do want to improve the buses. And I couldn't for the life of me work out how on earth they were going to fund that. We've heard today very impassioned comments about the workplace parking levy, but I think from what Lynn has said and all the work that's been done before, there's not a lot of benefit in reopening that. So I'm looking at more realistic options to fund the bus improvements that we want. Because one of the other takeaways I get from this is that nobody is saying do nothing is a real option. So we want to do something to reduce congestion, but what is clear to me is not quite clear how we're going to fund whatever it is we're going to do.
One of the things that I've heard from residents is so it's slightly different from having read the report, but it's really about the outcome of the consultation, is the question about fairness. And I think you had a nice balance. You had on one of your slides, you had a balance. How do we balance up everything that we have to consider? You know, the how to provide this change and all of the options of the change. So when for this, I think we could talk about fairness for a lot, but one of the things is that we talked about, if we were going forward, how do we make decisions, how do we consider, maybe you're more information to come, but what would be the phasing allows for congestion time charging initially? How would that impact the, say, key workers or people on lower incomes, the congestion charge? And the other thing is young people. How does all of this really affect young people and school children? There was a lot of people asking me about what will their benefits be to the school children, and is there a fairness issue and an equality issue with young people and the key workers? Those were big concerns.
Okay. Is that something you can comment on, Lynn?
Yeah. You are right. There is a sort of clear concern about fairness coming through and difficulty in how to balance that. And that's coming through from a number of angles, actually. And any thinking about how you might moderate the proposals will need to think about this from a number of angles at once. So it will come back to that question of balance. There certainly are people through the consultation who are telling us that at the moment they don't feel sort of fairly served by the network. There are people, and in fact in the consultations leading up to this, we heard from people who feel that if you can't afford a car or you can't afford perhaps a second car in a household, you struggle at present with what is provided, and that isn't fair. There are people that feel that the proposals we've put forward to address that unfairness create new unfairnesses that they're worried about. And so there won't be a single answer that fixes all of those things. There will be a, what's the way you can get through that maximises the benefits and minimises the people that feel slightly hurt done by. There's some quite interesting research on the number of households, particularly in rural areas, who are in a condition of forced car ownership, who essentially incur the costs of running a car that they can't really afford because they have no alternative. And we certainly heard that from many key workers who find that they are sort of forced into perhaps driving to work but struggle to find realistic alternatives and cheaper alternatives than doing so.
Thank you, Lynn. Just to make sure we centre the conversation, how do members interpret the responses? So I've got a further list. Annika, take a comment from Heather, and then Karen, Paul, and then Helen. So that's a long list. Okay, that's more than enough to be going on with. Okay, we'll come back to you. So Annika, would you like to go?
Thank you, Chair. One of the takeaways I took from here is the lack of public trust in the current bus network. And I think if we're going to be building a new network, franchising is obviously a step that's being spoken about, but we need to ensure, if we are going to be moving forward, that it's a service that's there and that people can trust, because there is no point in moving forward with a process and the bus network doesn't support it.
Thank you. Comment from Heather.
Two things I'd draw out. She raises that the results should have separated out cycling and walking more clearly because they have different requirements. But her main takeaway is quite clear, which is the opposition from residents about charging, and also the figures that show that a charge cannot be made palatable. So her view is, or her takeaway from the consultation is to carry on down this road with only 34% support would be a grave error of judgment.
I might want to reinforce initially what Annika said as well about the need to build the trust and the confidence. But my initial point had been, I think you asked us what our key takeaways were, and I think mine was the demography of who was in support of this. So the fact that younger people were generally much more supportive of the STZ plans. And I think that's a message that we have to think about. That's the future of our city and our region.
Very much. Paul?
I thought what was quite useful was the kind of geographic breakdown of the responses as well in the maps. And I think I did note that the opposition to the SDZ was stronger outside of Cambridge than it was within Cambridge. Now, my interpretation of that is because, people would have fewer alternatives to using their car outside. It's either too far to cycle, or they don't have the bus services won't be as frequent. But one thing I did notice was that maybe there's an error in the tables that go with each of the maps, which shows quite low numbers for South Cam resident responses. So I'm wondering if you could have a look at that and see whether those numbers are right, because the number of responses seemed low compared with the total number of responses from South Cam's residents.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Probably will take a bit of time to look into that, but if Lynn will take that away, and perhaps Paul point out to Lynn after the meeting where that is. Helen.
I've distilled a few bullet points of my takeaways. Firstly, I think there's overwhelming support for bus and active travel improvements. So that's not just bus, it is cycling and walking. And that includes support from those who oppose the sustainable travel zone. A large majority of the people who oppose the sustainable travel zone nevertheless want to see those improvements. Clearly there's overall opposition to the sustainable travel zone. Nevertheless, I think 34% is an entirely respectable, active population of support. Young people, however, over the majority of them support it, and I think that is a really important point for us to take away. many of the people who oppose the sustainable travel zone could be persuaded if we make amendments to it. Only 17%, I think less than 20% of people are implacably opposed to the travel zone and could not be persuaded. And so my takeaway from all of this is we need to work on what it is we can do to amend the proposals in order to bring around many of those people who at the moment who are inclined not to support it but do want to see because clearly we need funds. Work. Thank you.
Helen, Neil?
Thank you, Chair. What Helen said, really my takeaway was that the proposal as stated wasn't supported completely. It wasn't so badly kicked out, but 58% were against it, so that's just that. But that has to be looked at in terms of the 17% that didn't want charging at all, any kind of charging. So that gives us a huge leeway in between there to bring something to the people that should be acceptable, I think. It's going to have to be nuanced. It's those nuances that have been tripping us up. The car-free days, I had this idea of 10 minutes.
This is later.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. Yeah. From this also, how do we support the people who are doing the right thing, changing from vans to cargo bikes, walking? How do we support those? And I absolutely follow what Rachel said about listening to walking and cyclists. That part of it wasn't represented well enough. But it's about making that virtuous loop. How do we bring it together? There are people everybody wants better buses, better transport, and there is some skepticism about how we're going to pay for it. And clearly within that, in the middle of that, is that virtuous loop of if the buses run on time, if there are enough of them, people will use them, that will support the buses, that will bring more money into the system, therefore we can run more of them. But if we've got cars on the road, none of that can work. So, it's like we're already using the roads. So how can we change that around? There's obviously a problem there.
Thank you, Neil. Claire Daunton, and then Christopher.
Neil, you tell me.
Sorry.
Thank you. One of the aspects that comes out for me is that there seems to be greater opposition from the eastern edge or the eastern area of the city, the eastern and northeastern area of the city. And this may well be a function of the fact that transport from that area, public transport is very poor at the moment, poor rail, very poor bus services. And of course, as I think it was Christian, the point made earlier, that this was coming on the back of the withdrawal of some bus services. So it might be, I'm sure there's a connection between those facts as well, but it was quite striking to me that the opposition from the east was much greater than from the south and west.
Thanks, Kate. Could I just check, you mean the east side of the city, or do you mean outside the city to the east? Or
outside the city, yeah.
Okay, got you.
I think I'm interpreting the maps correctly there. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to, just a definition, I didn't know what to make of it. So Christopher.
So this is a complex issue which is, as we've discussed, going to arouse plenty of emotions and the balance between emotion and logical thought process, and we're one step on the way. For me, what really jumped out, has been picked up before, was that a lot of people, perhaps understandably, are not keen on the idea of paying for it. A chunk, around half, I think, but I didn't summarised it, are prepared to reconsider it if appropriate adjustments are made to get a scheme. We need to balance that against what we need it to deliver in the end, and I think that's the 70+% who are keen to see the investment in the new structures. So it seems to me there is somewhere to a path to be chosen through there. I think it will be difficult, I'm sure.
very much. I'd just like to pop in my own view of what came from the consultation. I mean, clearly we were consulting on a package, and the package consisted of carrots and a stick. And I think that it ought to be no enormous surprise that people had more difficulty if they just focused on the stick than if they focus on the carrot. And I think our problem is that it was a package, and so it's difficult to regard either of those answers as the complete bottom line answer to the question that we were trying to pursue. But like Helen, I'm of the opinion that what actually is remarkable is that 34% of people actually were willing to support the stick, asked about that on its own. And that seems to me quite something. And I believe that if you take a look at the output and you look at it broadly and with all sources taken into account, it's possible to say that, yes, there were some people who look like they're going to find it difficult to ever face the road charging element of the package. But actually, the other half of the people that didn't like it seemed to be expressing particular issues with it, which probably lend themselves to be our resource to see if we can work on those to build more of a consensus around an overall package. I mean, I wanted to offer that up really as maybe the bottom line to this part of the discussion. It is quite an important stage because, you know, as you've heard from Heather's contribution, her reaction is that, you know, you should walk away from this now. So answer, then we rule it in under this discussion and go home. I mean, if you believe that it is a valuable exercise to work on the issues people raise, to see if it's possible to change the package into something that more people could support, then I think it's worth us sort of indicating that and then going on to the next stage if the answer is yes. So is that something that people would like to do? Is there anyone that has a real problem with doing that? No, I don't see that. Okay. So that's what I would like us to start to do, to take the next section in the report, which is starting in section 4. But I'm wondering whether there should be a 5-minute break, as we've been going for 2 hours now. But I do want to say 5 minutes because we...
There's a few people that are going to need to go about 5, so I don't know if you want to just carry on.
Well, are people prepared to carry on? Okay, I'll to carry on too then. Fine, okay.
Sorry.
Just trying to be considerate, but here we go. Sorry? Well, we're going on to the next subject now, Simon. So try and weave it into the next bit. It's okay. You'll have your chance. You've already had a lot of chances. So the next section is that I wanted to focus on was in section 4.3 of the report, which is on page 98. And there is there a list of issues which have letters by them. Now, most of those issues are things that come up later in the report, and so I'm suggesting we leave them till that stage, but a number of them don't, and I felt that it was appropriate that we shouldn't jump over them and then not come back to them. So the first of those that doesn't come up is little c on that list, which was a theme that people were looking for some sort of general resident discount or exemption. And that is something that has been, I mean, I've heard lots of people ask me that question, But I do think that there needs to be some response to that. Otherwise, I don't think we're doing our job properly. So, Lynn, could you say something to us about why that wasn't in the proposal originally, and what would be the implications of taking that issue forward?
Thank you, Chair. There's a number of reasons that it didn't form part of the initial consultation package. One is that within the proposed zone area, quite a large proportion of the trips both start and end within that zone, i.e. they're undertaken by residents, and therefore if you don't include them in the charge, then you don't have anywhere near as big an impact as you want to see. The other is just the sort of dynamic of, you know, the people that travel in from further out and the people that come across from the city. Some of the people that live further out do so because they can't afford to live in the city, and therefore that's challenging. You could also argue that people in the city, which takes 20 odd minutes to cycle from the edge to the centre, have more options than people outside the city, and therefore the ability to make other choices more easily than people that come from outside. But reasonable people could disagree on this. There's certainly a judgment to be made there. The paper does talk a little bit about the potential for doing things like giving free account days and that. There would always be the opportunity to open to people, to restrict that to people in certain geographies. So that's an issue that could be considered, but that's the reason why it wasn't in the proposal in the first place.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Are there any comments about that?
From the results, and it makes sense, people within the zone supported the zone more than people outside the zone. They are, potentially they live here, it's more, they're more benefited by cleaner air and all the rest of it. And so I would be against giving specific discounts to them.
Any other comments? Claire?
I think it would be unfair to give exemptions to residents for the reasons that Lynn has discussed and we've discussed over many, many meetings in the past. I think it would be very popular, however, to give some exempt days per person. However, I think that would benefit the occasional trip rather more than it would benefit those who are commuting 5 or 6 days a week. So I think that would again tip me into thinking that was unfair, even though it would actually be very popular, I'm sure.
Well, we come back to the last bit that you mentioned in a moment. Were there any other comments on the general, Chris? I mean, my recollection of previous discussions on this, which Claire was no doubt part of too, was that it was, given that roughly half the journeys arise within the city and half don't, it's quite difficult to defend to people who do come into the city every day why residents should benefit from the lack of congestion they have to change their ways to create. And I had always understood that within the geography of Greater Cambridge, it was a sort of a very difficult thing for us to agree on a single strategy if we started to treat people living in part of it one way and living in the other part of it another way. Daunton?
How much detailed evidence do we have of where the journeys begin every day at the peak hours of congestion? Has the consultation shown up the really detailed, the sort of close details on that?
Lynn?
Asked people where they live, and about 3/4 of them told us they did. We didn't do a sort of origin destination survey, so there's nothing in the consultation that tells us specifically about where they work. Actually understanding how people travel to and from home and work and where they do, quite complex to get at in the data. There's no one definitive data source that really tells you. The best data source we have used to be census travel to work data, which does ask what's your home and what's your work and how do you get there. The downsides of that is it happens every 10 years. 2011 data is pretty old now. 2021 data happened in lockdown. who tells us more or less nothing about what we, So we have sort of less data than we would like on that, but you patch it together from various sources.
Is there a possibility of doing additional work on that? Obviously, because 10-year-old data is very old data now, and especially with the information that we've had from the 2021 census and the huge increase in population that that's shown. And I think it's quite rather crucial information to have up-to-date evidence.
Yeah, there are other sources of data we can use. As I say, what you do is patch together various other sources. Mobile phone data can give you quite good information. The county is thinking at the moment about updating its traffic modelling for a next generation model and the various sources of data that need to go into that. So there's an array of things. We also, by the way, have a pretty good idea over the next period, certainly within this local plan, and starting to have a good idea in the next local plan where growth of homes and jobs might be. And so we do understand the broad flows of where people are going. And actually some of the precursor technical work to this, which was done a few years ago, which helped to build up the proposals for the bus network, did some quite simple analysis of the key home and work destinations now and in future growth plans, and just did some basic comparisons. If you're looking at Waterbeach to Addenbrooks, how competitive is Carl with bus currently, and what sort of improvement to bus would be needed to make it a better option? And some of that formed the basis of the bus network proposals and sort of saying, these are the places where we really need to make those improvements. But I take your point, you can always have new and better data, and we are in the process of looking at that.
So, I mean, I don't hear that there is a lot of support for pursuing this as the kind of change that we might want to consider. Am I wrong about that? Does anyone? Okay, so let's not overdo it if that's the case, and let's go to the next one on this list, which is little d in that list on page 98, which is concerned about impact on businesses. Now, there may be things that we go on to talk about specifically, but it seemed that given the question we had earlier, that there should be a little bit of a discussion about the impact on businesses. So I don't know whether anyone wants to kick that off, please.
Yeah, I think I don't have a feel for the extent to which small business vehicles contribute to congestion overall. And it's, I mean, obviously it's not just businesses in Cambridge that will incur additional costs perhaps, but many businesses located around the periphery of Cambridge. And I was just kind of understanding what analysis can be done or has been done on the impact on small businesses both inside and outside the zone. But also what benefits could arise for small businesses arising from reduced congestion. So kind of understanding that would be a bit better, I think, would be helpful, because I don't feel that I have a good understanding of that at the moment.
Thank you. Katie and Karen.
Yeah, I think changing what businesses are, what's happening to small businesses now is something I would really like to know more about. But it's not really to do with this bringing in changes to the public transport system. There is real pressure on some retail right now because of the way we've changed retail. It's about, that fewer individuals go to shops now, but we do have a lot more deliveries. And looking forward, we want to have new communities where we have fewer cars and really good public transport. But there's a lot of deliveries, and we haven't really come to understand the micro freight, if you like, impact on the city and what's going to happen. How do we deal with that going forward? And I think there are lessons from COVID that we need to really understand, and I think we're still learning from that. One thing I think has happened is that many more people are touristing locally. So we're having fewer overseas visitors to the city, but many more UK residents coming and enjoying the city. So, that's a change, and it impacts on transport as well. So wherever we are now, and however we advise the board to go forward, there's going to be a lot more learning over the next few years.
Okay. Karen, next.
Thank you. Yeah, I was concerned to read about the concerns, particularly of the logistics feedback that we'd heard in the report. And I think thinking about how we can help provide viable alternatives, because as I understand it at the moment, there aren't many viable alternatives for that industry. And therefore, what can we do to help provide viable alternatives, working with us to do that? And one particular category, I guess, that jumped out for me was local coach service providers, not standard transport services. But there was a comment, I think, from a local coach provider who is making the case they're actually stopping private journeys by travelling, taking school kids or others on trips or to sporting events, using a coach rather than individual parents taking them there. So if there's something, it may be too complex to consider that, but where people are actually contributing to our goals, but in effect, there's a cost for doing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil?
Thank you, Chair. This follows on a little bit from what Neil McKay was saying earlier on, and the business impact of deliveries. And of course, this relates to the idea of last mile deliveries as well, stopping HGVs coming in and out of the city, and how we can put that into the mix. And there are deliveries from shops and bits and pieces. But the other side of the coin is businesses need to get employees and customers. And I think one of the main things that we want to do here is move more people in and out and around Cambridge than is possible using the current mix. So that should benefit businesses on the other side of that same coin, if you like. In some countries, they also have shopping shuttles that go between shopping centres and around, even countries that rely on cars much more than this one does. So that might be something that we could look at as well.
Thank you.
Well, we need to champion the needs of small businesses in this city. And there's a lot of small tradespeople who live outside the city, come into the city to provide services for residents. We mustn't prejudice the availability of those services. There's acute shortages of these people. And as a community, we rely upon them. So we must champion their needs. Not every business will be able to logistics and deliveries. And I think Mr. Mackay is one of those people. So we do need to have a lot more consideration and thought about the impact on businesses of that nature. And on the other hand, we do need to, I'm going to coin a new phrase here, delivery as a service. We can do this integrated on the passenger side, mobility as a service. Then we need to be thinking about integration, last mile delivery. This will reduce costs, it will reduce traffic, and we have a lot of complaints from residents about delivery vehicles speeding through residential streets because people are being paid on a delivery by delivery basis. This is a significant generator of traffic and dangerous traffic to boot. And although the residents are actually calling for the deliveries, they don't like seeing other delivery vans go to other people's houses at speed. So I think this is an element of the whole package that perhaps could be much more substantially developed. But I think we do have to make a very clear and positive response to the issues that have been raised by businesses in the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Simon. Kristen Ann.
I think very similar responses. What I'd like to see and ask for, of course, I would like some of the economic impact assessments, but also the other side of it, which is if we do exempt them, what does that do to the charges that can be raised and the level of traffic that's taken off the road? So I think this would be an area, though, that I would like to understand better, particularly as what I'm struck by is we are very concerned with making sure we bring in public transport solutions and things for people who, buses, etc., in advance of the charge, but I don't see the same commitment to bringing in the potential solutions to support people who pay the £50 in advance of the charge. So I would like to see the evidence both ways, and I would like, if we do decide to go forward, to understand what could maybe be done to bring forward some of the solutions.
Okay, thank you. Claire Daunton.
How much evidence do we have of the potential impact on small businesses in the centre of the city? Small independent retailers, people like hairdressers, small cafes, who were driving in from outside the city, possibly being put off by a charge. What percentage of, or overall, what was the response to the consultation from these group of businesses?
You have a response on that?
Yes, very happy to. As I said to the question earlier, obviously this consultation allowed us to gather a lot of evidence of the impact of that, as well as the consultation survey responses that we received. We had a lot of submissions from businesses, big and small, from business representative groups. We worked through groups like the Federation for Small Businesses, various things. So we're gathering a lot of evidence. We haven't fully gone through the detail of all of what that is. At the next stage, we would need to think much more about that. Sort of more broadly, it's worth saying that various people have picked this up in the debate. There will be varying impacts on businesses, and it will depend on their sector, and it will depend on their size and how reliant they are on vehicles or otherwise. So there is no one business impact, and we need to think a little bit more about the nuance of that. This debate does bring to light that businesses in this proposal do contribute just as much as residents do. And so there is a sort of business contribution to this pot through the proposals as set out. But clearly there's a job of work to be done to understand the nuance behind that, and I hear the request for more evidence on that.
Thank you. And I just, relative to something Katie said earlier on, and I think we need to take account of pre-existing trends that have nothing to do maybe with what we're transport policy. Go ahead. Yeah.
One more point I meant to make, actually, a few people have talked about sort of freight and deliveries consolidation, and that is absolutely an area we're looking at. I think I mentioned before, one of the other elements of the City Access programme is bringing forward freight consolidation pilots and thinking about how we do start to put in place, Kristen, some of that thinking in advance of any charge opening, so there is thinking on that side as well. Obviously, what that looks like is very framed by what this decision might be.
I would summarise by saying this is an area that we do need to look at some concessions. I think there are some businesses that cannot change their mode of transport. We don't want concrete lorries starting in Cromwell Road. We do sometimes need them finishing in Cromwell Road. And if the margin is as low as some of the concrete producers that were in one of the exchange meetings that I sat in on, then we do need to look at that. So it's something that is very nuanced. Not all businesses can be generalised in the same way. I champion large, small and in between. And there are a few things where we need the builders, we need the concrete lorries to be in the right place at the right time. They cannot all come in after dark, but we don't want the delivery lorries blocking up East Road every day, which they also do at the moment.
I'm going to take that as a very useful point of summary for the section, really, that there does seem to be, from the discussion, concern for at least for more information about the effect on business, and there is an accent here on small business, an assumption that that may be the sector that is most unable to change. But that, I think, comes with the information. And so you happy that we leave it on that sort of note, Claire?
I wouldn't discriminate small business versus large business. It's type of business.
Okay, I'm happy with that. And there's nods all round. So thank you for that. Going straight along to the next one then, which is little j, exemptional discount for electric vehicles. This is something that was obviously raised in the consultation, people saying, well, you know, lots of places EVs don't have to pay or don't have to pay as much. Why isn't this one of them? Helen?
I don't think we can exempt them. They're going to increase as a proportion of total vehicles, which would mean our revenue would go down. They still contribute to congestion. And basically rich people, generally speaking, own electric vehicles. I'm one of them. So I just don't think we can exempt them. I'm more, I think, warm towards the idea that perhaps mopeds and motorbikes that are electrically powered might either be exempt or the charge reduced. I'm not very amenable to ordinary motorbikes being exempt because they are pretty smelly and polluting, but maybe electronic versions of e-bikes clearly are exempt, but why not go up a stage or two, but not cars from my perspective.
So I've just sat through quite a lot of debates about electronic two-wheelers, and I'm not sure this is the right place to have another one. but on the main question, I mean, what Helen has just said is my understanding of how we got to where we were, that electric vehicles create congestion just like other vehicles, and the congestion was our primary measuring point here, and that the socio-economic effect of making concessions to people who own them at this stage is not very good, and also the income profile will diminish over time. These were the reasons that remain in my mind. Are we happy to leave this point on that basis? Sorry, Graham, you're not happy then, are you?
I'm very happy, Tim, but I just think you should emphasise Helen's point is these four-wheel electric vehicles that we don't wish to have discounts for.
Happy to say
because
four-wheel.
we will at some stage wish to come back to
Yes.
two-wheel electric.
So you're all happy if I say four-wheeled?
Chair, can I just add? Yeah, definitely. As the traffic jam transitions from to you know, we'll lose income, sure. But there are these great three-wheel delivery things that are going around town that are electric, and you know. So I think there are some nuances on one end of it. But yeah, cars, forget it. It's rich people, and then we're going to lose the income. It's a crazy idea.
The last of these is little k, which is the difficulty people perceive about trip chaining. This is people who kind of call in two places on their way to somewhere else with a car. They foresee, based on the sort of scheme that was proposed, that would be very difficult. So this is our reaction to this, and I don't think we need to have a particular solution, but if people raised it, I think that it's something that we need to just pause about and ask ourselves. Annika.
Thanks, Chair. I do agree it's something that we do need to think about. I am one of the people who does trip chain. For example, after this, I will be going to go and pick up my daughter from one club to take her to another violin lesson. So it is something that does impact especially parents, and sometimes there can be choices that can be made, i.e. where your childcare is, but sometimes that isn't an option. So I do think it's another area that possibly needs a bit of investigation.
I think it's something we need to look at. I don't think we can exempt people who are doing this sort of journey, because usually one of their journeys would be the long distance journey anyway that we would be charging for. I think we discounted fairly on the charge per mile, which obviously is the congestion charging. So at the moment we've got a daily charge, which means people can zoom all over the place on Tuesdays and then hopefully leave their car at home on Wednesdays, which I would support.
Okay. Is that a reasonable summary of how we might all feel, as Claire expressed it just then? It looks difficult to construct exemptions based on what is very difficult to define, but it does need some investigation in terms of what we might want to change about an overall plan. Katie?
I think that this trip chaining, it does affect more women than men, and it probably affects women with caring responsibilities for children or for older parents. And actually, by doing trip chaining, quite often you're saving several people doing short trips. So it is important, and I think we must be very aware about equality issues and how this will, as we said, impact with probably more women, maybe working women with caring responsibility. But there are men who do all of that as well.
I think something that impacts on this, if there's more public transport, then there are more options. Across Cambridgeshire, we spend a lot of time a lot of money getting children to school where there isn't local transport, and if we had local transport, we could save. So I'm wondering about school buses and shuttles and that sort of thing. That's not going to cover all of these, but where people going to the creche or whatever, but something to put in the mix.
Concern, interest in looking at that further. It may depend on what we come to in other larger changes to the to a scheme, and also equalities issues associated with it. So I'm going to move on to the next section, if I may, please. This is the three main areas where change could occur. So the report, section 5, from page 98, identifies the core parameters of the scheme as one bunch of things that could be changed. And by the core parameters of the scheme, we're talking about the hours in which a sustainable transport travel zone could operate, the year it opens, the rate at which people would be charged, and the boundary. So all of those sort of structural issues in what we originally proposed. And if you then turn to the report that runs from 5.5, you will see from little a through to little d, a commentary onto page 101, top of page 101, you'll see a commentary on the moving parts here. So, I mean, what we can't do at a meeting like this, because we simply don't have the information, is to start constructing our own scheme, redesigning a scheme. And that's something we may at the end want to ask the board. But what I think we can do is maybe to sort of indicate where our preferences are, where our requests are, where our interest is in making changes. And so we may all have completely different ideas from each other, and that maybe cancel each other all out, but it is at least worth an attempt to look at these sequentially. So I'm not going to take them, well, maybe I ought to take these separately, because they are worthy of some separate thought, I think. So the hours of operation is the first one that comes up. Claire, Katie, Paul.
If we change the hours, if we recommend a change in the hours of operation so that we concentrate on the peak hours only, then we'd have to be very careful about people on low incomes who are driving in to work in those peak hours and driving in every day to work in those peak hours. We'd also need to take into account where those people were coming from and whether the bus services were adequate, frequent, reliable from the areas that those people were travelling in. Conversely, if we did agree to recommend peak hours only, then that would leave space for those who don't need to drive in every day to use the road space at times that were not peak hours and would potentially alleviate the congestion during peak hours. I mean, I think that, you know, homing in on just charging in peak hours, then one has to think of the ramifications of that.
Indeed. Katie?
Yes, I raised this, I think, right at the beginning about not really understanding the fairness, how adjusting these will affect fairness. I really don't know whether focusing on a peak hour charge versus vouchers, as Claire was saying, how does that affect the key workers who might be travelling during the peak hours? I really don't know, and I would love to know. I'd love to have more information about the equality of considering both of these and the balance that we keep talking about. Thanks.
Katie? Paul?
I was really going to say the same thing as Katie and Claire.
Well, you don't have to.
So, but I was just, I mean, just adding to that is, it feels to me that probably people that have rigid working hours are probably on lower incomes, and those who could flex their hours are not. And I'd be interested to, don't have any evidence for that, but it would be good to kind of at least understand that before that was taken any further.
Just to interject a question there. I mean, if there are alternatives, then why is that a bad thing? Well, why don't you answer it? You prompted my question.
Well, because there will be people who don't have alternatives. You know, we do need to consider those. I mean, let's take an example of someone I'm aware of who lives near St. Ives and they work at Addenbrooke's and they work long shifts and, you know, and strange times, and, you know, doing that journey by public transport would be pretty arduous, I would think. Actually, they live 5 miles outside St. Ives, so they couldn't directly get the bus from the busway.
Just a question. Kristen Ann, I got next. And you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to slightly, I'm going to go slightly broader than just the hours, because I would like, my position on these is that actually this is a package of measures that has been very carefully thought through. We've already said it's gone through a lot of consultation and thought, and it's going to be very hard to change individual elements of it. I think my personal position on this was that actually I wouldn't look to change any of the core parameters of the scheme at this stage. I would look, though, to think very carefully about more thought around the exemptions and rules. I think that can, for example, pick up in an area of my own interest around the CBC, which has come up, for example. We'll say more details on that if we get to that. And I would then, in the final section, I think where it says the benefits, it would be around thinking about offers, not just on buses and sustainable transport, but for the businesses as well, which I don't think is where we haven't got an offer. So I don't know if that gives us a way forward. And then the final point I would make is that I don't think you can ever get these schemes totally right on paper at first, and therefore I would be in favour of encouraging us to see what possibilities are there that we make this, and if it does get taken forward, it is taken forward in a way that it's a very live experiment, that we're not committing to something that can then never change or be adapted. But what are our options? Once you don't actually know the impact on these things, we'll always be double guessing and looking for more data or evidence which will never be conclusive. But how actually can we make sure, if it does go forward, we are monitoring and measuring it and continually flexing to deal with things that we'll never be able to anticipate? And I would prefer the effort to go, if we to go forward at that stage, than to try and double guess every potential thing where we haven't actually necessarily got the evidence and we don't know.
Okay, clear point of view. Thank you very much. Simon?
So, consider this section of the discussion. We've got to put our feet in the shoes of the poorest people, the most deprived people in the city. Now, we know that the current system is is not fair. It's regressive. The poorest people rely on expensive, unreliable and precarious bus services that are just unfit, in an unfit network, an unfit for purpose network. So they're poorly served, and as has been said before in this meeting, a number of them are forced into car ownership, which is very, very expensive on net income. And what's being proposed would address that problem for a lot of people, poorest people, but not all of them, because we do know, and in addition to the consultation, all the rest of it, there has been a local election recently, and all my colleagues have been on the doorstep hearing these views. So we add that lived experience, that qualitative data that we've picked up right across the city. And this is a very, very central issue for us, is that we have to make sure that any scheme, if it goes forward, is demonstrably progressive and doesn't hit the poorest people in the city. There are plenty of people in the city with broader shoulders who can carry the charge, but this does not, under any circumstances, adversely affect the poorest people. And that is an emphatic message that I need to convey. And I think the point that Christine Ann just made is that, that issue of changing the hours, I don't think is going to cut it, because the people we're talking about are working people who are working on fixed hours. They don't have the luxury of coming in after during the out of peak hours. They've got to be looking at different forms of support through the design of this system. Thank you.
Could I just clarify just my point? Just I was hoping that your issue would be dealt with via exemptions as opposed to be changing the hours. I was thinking that we dealt with exemptions. I wasn't disagreeing. I just want to clarify. Okay.
Okay, so, but you're saying, Simon, that just exchanged that, that the exemption issue is the way forward, as you're concerned.
Well, I think what we need to have in front of us is the evidence of all these alternative options, so that a judgment can be made on which is the most advantageous for the most people. So we need the evidence across the piece, but intuitively, I think it sits in it's not necessarily going to be solved by the hours, because there are this body of working people who need to travel during those peak hours, and they're the people that I think will be the hardest hit of any part of the community within this. And given that they work long hours for low wages and are struggling, this is something that really we cannot progress with on that basis. It just is not fair.
But you're not saying you don't want a scheme to operate during peak hours, are you?
No, I was just saying, no, not at all. What I'm saying is that we need to know more about the impact on those people of different options, and to take the one that's going to be most advantageous for that demographic.
Got it, yeah. Christopher.
It's a complex programme we're looking at here, and it has many moving parts, which has to deliver a lot. And we've talked a lot about that, quite rightly. We're focusing a lot on fairness, and the thing we can do most for fairness is to give people options which are cheaper than they're currently doing, more reliable and available to them. Don't think changing the hours is the way to do that. We don't want, for example, us to end up with an even level of congestion in Cambridge throughout the whole of the day, because all of those who could make so we're almost, I know we'll discuss it later, better off reducing the charge and easing people into it. But it comes right back to the point we discussed earlier this afternoon about having a reliable alternative which people believe is there, and it is there before they have to start paying.
Reminded that we've got an input from Heather.
Yes, Councillor Williams says she doesn't think that there's anything that we could change to make this fair or palatable. She then has a couple of specific points about hospitals and about how, the economic case, as soon as you put more than one person in a car, means that you can't make buses cheaper, so she doesn't think that buses is the answer to resolving the problem.
Okay, thank you. Summarised. Katie?
Just following on from what Christopher's saying, I think this is really telling people about the options if and when a charge does come in. And we spend a lot of time talking about the drivers and how this might affect the drivers. But in London, if you find out about the ULEZ, you go through a website and it comes to a page where these are going to be the options that you can consider before you get in your car. And so I think we need that for workers, people who are going to the work options in business, and then younger people socialising and education. And also I think it could be the dial-a-ride, it can be developing e-scooters, it could be giving grants to people for e-bikes so that they can travel in on the Greenway. There's lots we can do between now and when this might come forward that we need to tell people about.
I just throw my half-penneth in here. It's a question, really, that we've all had conversations about this subject. And the conversation that I have found most particularly compelling is the one that goes, well, why would you charge me to use my car when there is no congestion? And people here are referring to the fact that there are peak hours, and then there are hours where there is not a peak. And it's very difficult for people to understand why we would treat them all the same, especially where they have things to do where public transport options aren't so easy, carrying, shopping, and all this sort of thing. But I just wonder, in terms of the sort of how it strikes people. It's about congestion. Congestion occurs at the peaks. And what about the other? Why would you treat the other times just the same? And I'm just reporting that kind of conversation, which I'm sure others will have had too, because I think that's kind of one of the things that needs to be addressed if you wanted to continue with something that sort of is the same all day.
Chair. Mine, with regards to the peak hours, in my opinion, I think it does just displace the peak, which everyone has talked about. Some people have the option to change it, so the peak just becomes another peak, which is, again, what you've kind of touched on. And it also, the important thing that this is supposed to fund is the buses, so reducing the hours is quite a major reduction in the funding for the buses, which is also a big consideration, which I think we need to use moving forward.
Minded, Helen, and then Neil.
Yeah, I do think we are going to need to make some reasonably substantial concession in response to the feedback, and this is potentially one of those. If we did go with peak hours only, in my opinion, it needs to be morning and evening peak, not just morning peak. But I think it's probably this or some free, in inverted commas, trips. I don't think we could afford to do both, otherwise we wouldn't be getting enough revenue. So I'm, in a sense, not implacably opposed to this. I see the equalities arguments. I think they're important, but I think we're probably going to need to weigh this against some concessionary free trips as one of the key things that we do to bring people round.
Neil?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think by reducing the hours, it will select for the ones who are more able to pay are probably the ones who are more able to move their times around and escape it. So I think the other thing is, as was pointed out before, moving a peak outside of the charge, is obviously a possibility. So that area of the day where there was no congestion could end up being congested. And also we have to look at future-proofing it, where there's a possibility that more and more and more will be in those out-of-season bits, So I think, yeah, keep it as wide as possible to deal with the future as well.
Okay, I got that point. And I've got Claire Daunton, and then I'm going to try and draw this part of the discussion to a close.
I think the ecologies argument, which various people have picked up, it could be different in the city and outside the city. I think the ecologies argument really, the bus service outside the city, serving communities outside the city who at the moment are completely reliant on cars, really has to change markedly to deal with the equalities issue. I think, I can imagine getting across the city in peak hours or outside peak hours, whatever you decide to do, whoever makes the decision decides to do, within the city. Outside the city, to the east, to the north, I think that will be much more difficult in terms of the bus coverage. And a lot of thought will need to be given to bus coverage in terms of equality.
Okay. I think that what we're pretty likely to be drifting towards at this stage is that we might want the board to consider some options which they kind of evaluate in global terms, in terms of the scheme objectives and the financial impact and the equalities impact and so forth. Is there a feeling that changing the hours of operation ought to feature in amongst those options?
I don't think today I do not want to make a judgment about that today when we're looking at the evidence. I think we've talked a lot about equalities and more information and understanding the impacts on businesses and school children. I feel that we need time to consider this, and I think there has been a suggestion about a second assembly meeting, and I would very much like that, and to just maybe be more considered on the way forward at that next meeting, not at this meeting.
Okay. Well, I hear what you say. Should we go on to look at some of the other items here? You talking about hours of operation, Graham?
No, I wanted to agree entirely with Katie. I think that we do need more information about the impacts in lots of different elements on the things which we are talking about, one of which is different hours of operation. We have ruled out one or two other things earlier, which is helpful and saves officers time, but I'd like to see more evidence in order to make a recommendation to the board. And if that means we have this additional meeting to go through those options in more detail, then so be it. I would be very reluctant to just leave it open-ended for the board.
Exactly. That was, in a way, my thinking. That's why I would be surprised if you wanted to take something off the table at this stage, which it sounded like you wanted to do. No. Okay. So I misunderstood. So there are some doubts about changing the hours of operation. In some people's cases, no conviction that that is a good way to go, but actually people would like it to stay on the table. Okay. So I think that's a very good way of moving on to talking about the next element of this, which was reduced charge rates. Okay, reduced charge rates, yeah?
Mine is a broader topic, but it's because I have to leave. So I just would like to make it relates to part of the bus package and part of the costings. But it's purely because
We
I
aren't
have
going to get
leave.
to that before you leave.
I know, that's why I wondered if I could
You're going to
possibly mention it now.
wreck it now, aren't you?
If I'm allowed to, please, Joe. I just raised the question, I know there's been some discussion about an account start charge style, whether any savings can be quantified from that could be passed on to the user. That's something I would like to see more information on. And my general point about the bus packages, I think it's important, and it's been mentioned here before, that the rural services, although they are the expensive services or the less desirable services from the stagecoach point of view, they are actually very desirable for the communities, very desirable for the people who are currently left with nothing. And when a charge comes in, they will be the ones who are paying a charge and having no benefit. So I think it's really important that they are high in the information. The consultation obviously does say that it's like number 4 or number 3, depending on whether you're inside or outside Cambridge, which obviously, understandably, outside of Cambridge, it's higher in the list. So I wondered whether, when the congestion is still in place, while we not have the zone, but we have the opportunity to fund buses, whether the rural routes and the connectivity between villages and also connectivity to hubs or train stations is something that could be examined first, which will then allow people to access the city, but in a more roundabout way without increasing congestion or being stuck in congestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annika. We will store up what you've said and revisit it. But yeah, we've got a note of it. Thank you. So I wanted to ask about reduced charge rates, because that's another thing that people are saying would change their opinion about the package. Helen.
I personally would rule that out. I think £5 is only going to be about £3 by the time we get to 27, 28. And if we reduce it any more than that, it's not really going to either raise enough revenue or have the incentive to change that we need.
Hugh, Christopher, Neil.
I slightly disagree with Helen there, actually. I think it might be an opportunity to bring in the scheme, and coupled with some of the other packages that might be considered, I think a lower charge rate, whether that is for certain people, certain times, whatever, or a certain number of days a year, I think that, for me, it should be an option.
I think what we're talking about here is a charge rate. The idea of differentiating between people is what we will get to in a moment.
But sorry, I mean, coupled with that, it could work well. So when considering it, so I wouldn't rule it out. I think lowering the charge rate, for example, for the beginning and easing people into it, well, until they've had it demonstrated that the options are reliable and affordable.
I'm kind of playing a bit in between here, but I think that we need to keep the charge rate. But if we were to say £3 on today's rate, it would be £5 in a couple of years anyway. So if you actually reduce it a bit, but have it coupled to inflation, then we may do all of them. And again, I like the idea of this added to either 3 days or free amounts of time or something to mop up those difficult to find cases that are expensive to, because we can't catch everybody that needs to do it, but there are cheaper ways of doing it. But I would definitely keep reducing it, because we need to show the respondents that we have listened, and that is their main concern, I think.
So we need to reduce it.
Yes, but we might not have to reduce it very much.
It's going to be reduced anyway because it's eroded by inflation.
That's right. So instead of saying £5 now, if we were to say £3.50 or whatever, but have that inflation that will need to be in there, come 2028, it's going to be back up to £5, isn't it? I don't know.
Okay, I think I understand. Karen. Oh, there you are.
Thank you. I think we have some information here that was particularly some of the businesses were flagging recharging rates. So I think in light of some of the earlier comments about some of the economic impact reporting as well, maybe we should consider some of the charges for businesses, particularly some of the smaller businesses and those using smaller vehicles.
This is one of those variables, isn't it, which could apply to our previous conversation about businesses. Katie?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been raised more with businesses than an equality issue with residents. I think with residents, they're just talking about the charge rather, but businesses have been more specific about the level of charge. But again, I think looking ahead, I think for businesses, we need to be thinking about micro freight deliveries and what might come in the future that could help them to use a system that may not have a charge, but it would also help reduce pollution in the city. So micro freight logistics needs to be considered in longer term, and then that needs to be explained to businesses, or we need to talk to them about how micro freight might help them in the future to meet their carbon reduction targets, as well as meeting their helping to keep their business viable.
Thank you. I mean, my own view is that when considering the rate of charging, and I'm talking about the broad approach to charging, I would have thought we need to be very careful about eliminating the point of a scheme, because there is a cost to running the scheme, and we need to be quite careful about how a charge relates to the bus fares that people would have to pay as an alternative. And if you think of that, then you start to create yourself a difficult challenge to actually fund the alternative and make it attractive. I mean, I absolutely understand why everyone raises the question about the charge, but my approach to the inflation point may be different from Neil's, but the £5 is going to erode anyway, so it is going to go down in value. And so the way people are looking at £5 now will be different the way they look at £5 in 4 years' time. But was my only reaction to this. Simon, you haven't had a go on this one yet.
No, you're fine. I think the point to bear in mind in here is just to pick up what you said, Chair, is the differentiation between paying 2 rounds of bus fares in the city, £2, against 5. And it's the £3 difference is actually the incentive to switch from a car to a bus. And if it's narrowed any more, then you're going to have people are going to be less incentivized to use the bus. So I think it's being calibrated with that in mind. And I'm sure Peter could tell us at length about that calculation, but
I think you can just nod.
Yep.
Yeah, they've nodded. Okay. So is this, and I think most of us have differentiated our view between the broad approach to charging and the possibility of what we might want to do with discounts and exemptions for particular situations and people. Do you want to keep the broad issue of reducing the charge on the table by preference now or not?
Well, I think we established the principle of keeping everything on the table in the last discussion. It's just not going forward with what did you say? Conviction.
Okay.
But it's still on the table.
Okay. Fine. Well, I think we may be talking language because we aren't making the decision, but we are expressing a view to those who will. Graham, Karen.
I don't want to reduce the £5, but I do want to pick up on something which is in the paragraph about reduced charge rates relating to motorbikes. There was a comment about removing the charge on motorbikes because motorbikes don't contribute to congestion as much as cars do. I appreciate that some motorbikes, not all motorbikes, are polluting and all the rest of it, but as we've said before, this is a congestion charge, not an emissions reduction charge. So my preference is to remove motorbikes from, or have a discount, significant discount for motorbikes.
Yeah, just coming back to the general charge rate, it's just making that distinction between personal vehicles and business vehicles as well, just to make sure that's factored into the discussions going forward.
Coming back to Lynn's seesaw, it's not exactly if we take, the charges lower, we will have less. There are some variables there that we don't have much control of. Franchising, we may be able to do more with less. The other thing is the charge is not only there to gain revenue, it's to reduce traffic. And I suspect even a £1 charge would make people think twice about taking that trip. So it's, but I'm not sure. You're the experts on this.
And then Katie?
Yeah, it's just, this is not a congestion charge, it's a sustainable travel zone charge. And the sustainable travel zone charge might include an element of focusing on congestion, but the whole scheme is designed around sustainable travel zone. If this was purely a consultation to reduce congestion only, I think it may be different. I know it's generally known as a congestion charge, but I think we should be aware that it's more than just dealing with congestion.
So I'm going to suggest that we've arrived at a similar position to this discussion, that there isn't a huge amount of energy behind this being the key change amongst the key changes, but people want to see it left on the table. Fine, okay, if that satisfies you all, let's move on to the next one, which is about reducing the boundaries of the zone. Claire.
I do feel we can't leave everything on the table, and I feel very strongly that you cannot really reduce the boundary because there will always be a boundary at which point somebody will be just inside or just outside. So I think the boundary is logical and it will make the difference, and I am not in favour of us leaving everything on the table.
Graham?
The only area that I don't understand and should understand more is about the Addenbrooke's hospitals and site and what could or could not be done there to exempt patients and visitors, perhaps not staff, from the cost.
My understanding is that by going through the rest of the papers that there is a difference between changing the boundary of the zone to leave the hospitals out, which is, I mean, according to the report, quite a problematic idea because of the implications and the potential for devising some sort of exemption based on going to the particular destination of one of the hospitals. But so I think at this point we're talking about the boundary of the zone, because I mean, I'm pleased someone tell me if there is support for this, but if you change the boundary of the zone to leave the Mar Medical Campus out, then you leave people in the city having to cross the city and pay charge to take their car there, but everyone else can drive in, and I don't feel that is quite equitable or sustainable for any of us. But there may be a different solution, which I think we can look at in a moment. There.
I have two communities who are cut in half by the boundary, and I'd really like to see the evidence or the comments on this from the consultation. How many people commented on the boundary, where the boundary was drawn, why it was drawn where it was, what was the thinking behind that. I'd really like to see more evidence, and particularly, obviously, in relation to my own area.
Okay, Paul?
Yes, I've previously spoken in favour of Cambridge North being inside the zone, really on the basis that, you know, if we've got a good public transport network, then people have an alternative to get there. My concern with that is if there is less money available for public transport, that you know, a lot of the villages north and east of Cambridge use Cambridge North as a sustainable form of travel. And if these bus services are, you know, not what we hope for, people won't have an alternative. So my support for Cambridge North being inside the zone is dependent on a load of other factors.
Which are to do with the improvements to the public transport service.
Yes, and whether the revenue will still be there after exemptions, inflation, and everything else has perhaps eroded some of the revenue available.
Okay, Claire?
Yes, I agree with that 100%, because in the bus maps that are in the consultation, there are actually very few services going directly to Cambridge North. I think Addenbrooke's is intended to be a travel hub. It's got Cambridge South Station, many bus services converging on it. We don't see the same, we don't see the equivalent for Cambridge North, which is very important to the north and east of the city. I think we really need to think in more detail about Cambridge North, and thanks for raising that point.
Good. Katie?
Yeah, for Cambridge North, I would really like to see a kind of free minibus shuttle from the Park and Ride in Milton, so that, and there is no, that you don't have to wait for a minibus. And when you get off the train, straight onto a minibus, 5 minutes up the road into the Park and Ride.
So, accepting the conditions that I've really clearly heard about the existence of really good alternatives, is there a significant energy around reducing the zone? Someone said there is, so I'm not going to assume that. I know the answer. Thank you, Simon. Yes, I'll take that from you. So I'm going to move on because I think I can jump over the Addenbrooke's issue based on what is coming up, if that's okay with people. Only if you want to stop the meeting for good. You've got to be out by 6. Yeah. Yeah, I think we better crack on, actually. So we've then got to the section about the scheme rules, which are starting on page 101 in 5.7. And so the first of those is the 3 days for account holders, which has been referred to, and there did sound to be some.
There are a bunch of benefits of 3 days. It gives people a little bit of agency. They can put them together in things. Although I slightly would prefer free time rather than days. Instead of having a whole day, you can drive around. For instance, if you get, I don't know what it would be, you could work it out, but say you had 10 minutes free a day. And that would mop up the ones who have to drive out of the city, for instance. They wouldn't be complaining. People would drive when it's less congested because they need to get their trip done in that time. They could put them together and have, half an hour a week, so they need to visit mum or whatever. But some of these things, the problem is we cannot make a rule for every single person. So in the end of the day, that we're going to have a sort of a catch-all bag. So either 3 days or free time or something like that, I think, would solve a host of problems.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to understand, are we talking about 3 days for a vehicle, 3 days for a household or 3 days for a person? How would it be applied? I'm not clear at all. So,
Can I help with that, Chair?
Yes, please do.
So it's not defined. You know, if there was a desire to look at that in more detail, then clearly we would need to look at that. It would seem counterintuitive to do something by vehicle, because that would reward people for having more cars. So clearly, you know, we need to be careful about unintended consequences on that basis, really. So, you know, work hasn't been done. It's been flagged as one of those ways we're dealing with the number of sort of people's exceptions that has been a theme that's come through the consultation. If there was a will to look at that, then we would need to address exactly those sort of issues.
Katie?
I understand why we're talking about vouchers, but actually, isn't that, what if you have a very old car and you really want to think of an alternative? Can you use can you collect up your vouchers and put them towards a new e-bike? Or, you know, what about students who, you know, catch the bus? Can they use vouchers to pay for their bus tickets and use the bus? You know, it's again, it's an equalities issue about making sure we think about everyone.
And the actual officers are not talking about vouchers. You're talking about vouchers. They're talking about 3 days. Okay. So, I mean, obviously it's noted what you're saying. So, yeah. Is that you, Claire? Yeah?
It sounds a very popular way to describe what we're doing and trying to cover people, but the complications of all these questions, to me, make it illogical or difficult to engineer. Free bus passes or having the school able to hand out free exemptions to teaching assistants seems to me a more logical way that is possible to do something, rather than giving all of us 10 free days, at which point we keep our old car parked on Mill Road all year to only use it 10 days a year, which is something we don't really want to incentivise. So I think the complications of thinking through it put me off, but I would like to see free bus passes or free days for teaching assistants or nurses.
Yeah, I'm feeling that we've got to the sufficient point of saying that there is a lot of interest in this, and it stays on the table like everything else. But people are speaking about this as having some potential in a revised package. So I'm going to move on because we don't want to just keep on agreeing with ourselves. The next one is where the hospital question comes back again. I understand this is sort of like a destination-based exemption, which is being talked about in this paragraph at the top of page 102, which could potentially be triggered by the use of the hospital car park. Is this something that people have a view about? Katie?
I've heard such awful things about driving into the hospital area, or if you're working there, trying to leave when a lot of people are leaving. And I think we need to consider that there's going to be a train station there soon, in 18 months, while we're trying to bring in some good buses. I think there needs to be really good active travel and minibuses on that site to relate to the station, which will be a travel hub. And I also think there's going to be a new park and ride in just south of Trumpington. So if you do have to drive, it would be really good, again, if you can park and have a free minibus shuttle to the Adam Brooks. But again, I think there's a lot of consideration about the nurses working there and their shifts, and their shifts end or start at very unsociable hours as well, making sure there are options for them when their shifts finish and start.
So Katie, you're you're not convinced by this proposition at all, by the sound of it.
Well, I think that, again, it's about keeping everything open, but it's thinking about that there could be some really good options that we could highlight for people so that they wouldn't be so concerned that it was remaining in the zone.
I think this was a theme that came through probably more strongly in the consultation responses than anything else. So it needs to be addressed. And I think perhaps, the proposal of, that you just suggested is something that should be considered in terms of, effectively making those hospital visits free of charge.
Just take a couple more, Helen and Kristen Ann particularly, because she has particular interest in this.
It did come through strongly. People do feel quite emotional about it. In my view, it's not logical. We've already got proposed exemptions for people who really need to get on the campus or to the hospital regularly, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, all of those kinds of people. It's well served by public transport now. It's going to be super well served by public transport by the time this comes in, and it potentially loses us quite substantial revenue. And I personally feel that, the odd person who's going in for, a couple of checkups a year, it's not an enormous cost, given that they already pay for car parking. If they really do want to go in a car, why can't they pay the £5? So I'm not really in favour of exempting staff or patients, and I speak as somebody who's spent a lot of time in Addenbrooke's, going daily for some parts. I just don't think it makes sense.
Thank you. It's very clear. Kristen Ann.
Yeah, I think I probably should declare an interest at this point of leading Cambridge University Health Partners, which includes 3 hospitals on the site. So I just want to be clear that it's not just Addenbrooke's or in Cambridge University, it's also Papworth and CPFT that will be represented there with the new Children's Hospital. And I also represent the organisations on the campus. So that's just declaring an interest at this point. I do think that it was an issue that came across really strongly in the consultation and indeed in this chamber before the consultation about what we were doing on this. I do just want to emphasise the point about keeping it within the zone and how many of the trips that happen are not related to healthcare on the campus, and therefore that one I think we should be clear. I mean, the GCP's own work suggested that by 2031 there'll be 60,000 trips daily to the CDC up to, so there's a huge number, many already probably approaching at least a third of those, and increasing numbers in the future will not be at all related to visiting the hospitals. So I think that's why we have to just bring some facts to why we need to keep it within the zone. I also want to pick up on Katie's point that actually congestion is a real challenge for patients and staff coming to the campus already. And just to highlight that already, because we are trying as a campus to reduce the transport, 65% of staff come to the campus by public transport. They have already. 14% of patients and 51% of visitors visiting the hospital. So there's a huge reliance already on public transport, and there's been an awful lot more of those routes that it needs to be improved, and that includes the congestion to coming there. And I think that it's around I think there is already car parking charges on the site, but there are already exemptions for those who really need them. And I think that's what we really should focus on. Those were in the scheme. I'm not sure that they were fully appreciated in the consultation. I think we need to make those clearer, and I think we should be consulting on are those exemptions really picking on your equality point, really picking up, making sure that they are picking up on those that really do need them, and the low income, the disadvantaged who really, really need them. I would be very wary of what's in this paper with all patients, hospital patients and their visitors being taken forward as a recommendation from this group.
Okay, that's very interesting. We got a very interesting division of opinion, I think, on this. And we may not take it much further than that, but if we could have just quick contributions from first Claire and then Simon.
Thanks. Thank you. I just want to pick up on Paul's point about the fact that it comes across so strongly in the consultation, and we can't ignore that. And again, I come back to the point about the reliability of buses, and I think that, it's the credibility gap for the service now and what we hope to be the service in future. And I think we have said that no charge would be introduced until there was a huge improvement in buses, but that message doesn't seem to have come across. So I do think we have to acknowledge the real concern that has come through in the consultation, and how we take that forward.
Okay. And Simon.
Well, it's a very emotive issue, but we've just heard from Kristen and a kind of much more rounded and rational statement about what the current situation is, what the forecast situation will be. And I think we need to be better informed about the Addenbrooke's and the whole campus's perspective on it. I don't feel that we should be giving a view on this without being informed by their perspective on it. Because otherwise I think we might be in conflict with what is going to be actually best for the Addenbrooke's side. Yeah, I think I'm just saying that needs to be formalised.
Mm-hmm.
And go forward to the board and inform way, because I'm sure Chris can flesh that out. And I think that would be an incredibly useful input to say what otherwise could be is an emotive.
Yep. Okay. That's it. When you were going to talk about less and less of the report as a result, if it's compelling, Paul, quickly?
I just think this is important for trust in the scheme as a whole. Nuance is all very well, but we need to be clear on this, that patients and their visitors are not going to be charged.
I think the issue is, I think everyone hears what you say, and a number of others also, but we need to square that with the actual evidence as well, somehow. And so that one part of the evidence is a lot of people want it, and the other part of the evidence is that the consequences of doing that going to be actually beneficial overall. But I don't think we're going to resolve that right now, to be perfectly frank, and I think it's going to have to be something that stage. Were there any other points on this? Or I think very clearly this is still on the table, but there's a mixture of views that are being expressed, and I think we have to recognise. So the next thing that we come to on the list was the discount for people on low incomes, and this is something we referred to quite a lot. I don't think there's any dissent from the view that has been expressed, which is this is a very significant factor in the existence of a package. It needs to be real and it needs to be fleshed out, and we are interested in it. Does anyone feel the need to add more to it than that? Sure.
So I'll prove it. I'll just say I think we need to, within that group, we need to include people who have mobility issues, because there are people who will not be able to get to a bus stop under their own steam. And so this is another group of people. They not necessarily have been low incomes, but they are very much disadvantaged by this scheme. Yeah.
It's the potential gap between low incomes and blue badges, really, isn't it? Yeah. Have an input from Heather, which is her last input.
So Councillor Williams makes a general point about having to consider such changes in order to try to make it fair, indicates to her that there's a problem. She specifically does highlight concern about a low income discount, because any sort of means testing for those on low incomes is something that many would find embarrassing and degrading. And she also speaks against reimbursements that mean people would have to pay money in the first place.
contribution. Graham.
You're looking at me, Tim, as though you'd better shut up quick, Wilson. I just wanted to check, what is the timing for doing more work on this, particularly in view of previous comments about the Annenbrooks and so on campuses, but this refers specifically to the NHS healthcare travel costs scheme, and all of this seems intimately connected together. So I'm hoping that when that additional work is done, this will be included as well, so that we get a better understanding about how a low-income discount would be applied.
Say something about that.
Well, it would be fair to say, you know, some of these things are being worked on in the background. For the purpose of this report, it was important to air the consultation findings, but, you know, we would try to, you know, reflect that in a set of proposals that potentially comes forward. So we are sort of twin tracking, considering these things in the background. So we'd hope to be in a position to give more information at the next stage, which is the board report later this month.
I think that, you know, as I previously said, that this is something that's very much to the fore of most people's radar screens here, and we need to get that message across. And how that turns out in the process, we need still to. Yeah. So we've got a few items left on here, and I suggest that we talk about those in terms of whether we think there's any mileage in them or not. And if there's mileage in them, they stay on the radar screen. If they're not, okay. So the next one was exemptions for unpaid carers. Katie.
I do think, again, I think this is an equality issue. This is mainly going to be women, and this unpaid carers helps us all in society. It means there's more family cohesion. It helps the NHS costs, and it's really important that we recognise what they're doing. Obviously, again, it would be really great if there were options so that unpaid carers could choose to give up their cars and other ways of moving around. But I think this is part of an equality issue. It's part of probably low-income families. I think it's important. I don't know the solution, but I think we should be thinking about it.
My attitude is that it's, I mean, who wouldn't say this is highly desirable, but it's just a way of seeing through how that could be made into something practical. And I think that's why for me, that whole issue of the hours of operation of a charge starts to have a relevance, which maybe it didn't when it was talked about just on its own. But it's still on the radar screen. So Claire, and then Claire.
As you were saying, Tim, a question related to the hours of operation, but there's also the suggestion here in paragraph D about the possibility of account holder free days for unpaid carers.
That's another valid comment, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Claire in front.
With too small a region, too small a population to actually define our own rules, really. So we need to have some national guidelines that would qualify some of these people. I would count as an unpaid carer. Does that mean I should have a free pass every day? I'm sure a third of the people in the room might be an unpaid carer for some part of the world. We've got to find some national definitions to make this easier. We cannot invent our own definitions for everything.
Okay. If you wanted to remember the big picture, Katie, we've got to get to an eventual position.
This is some. There'll be unpaid carers who don't drive or don't have cars, and again, it's supporting unpaid carers in other ways. It's the non-car drivers as well as the car drivers.
Okay, I mean, I think that there is interest in this, but big questions about practicability. So I'm going to pass through to the next one because I think that still leaves it on the table in some form. Charity volunteers is also one that is indicated in the write-up as difficult to deliver. Does anyone want to sort of gainsay that? Neil.
Yes, Chair, I think it's difficult to define. We may find ourselves with a whole lot of new charities popping up, but it's, you know, it's tricky. In principle, and I spoke to a lot of people who do work, they look after teams, you know, children's teams and things, and they have to bring the equipment, and, you know, there are a lot of people in that kind of category. So fundamentally, yes, but there are definitely problems in trying to define it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to take that as the last comment on that section. And then we've got out commuters near the boundary, which is a problem I think we've all talked to people about, but what is really difficult to find a solution for. Claire.
Yes, I've had many comments about that, as you might imagine, given my division. And I just want to take a slight issue with some of the text in paragraph F, which says that there would be viable alternatives for out commuting. But in fact, actually, most of the viable alternatives are for in commuting. It won't be equally balanced. And there will be many people living on the edge of the zone who will not have an alternative. And, you know, within sort of 2 or 3 minutes drive will be outside the zone and working. For example, if you live on the end of Newmarket Road and you work in Ely or you work in Waterbeach, you will be paying to drive a very short distance. And obviously that's in my area. There would be the same issues in other areas. And I think that this does need more work. It isn't equal. There will be more traffic going in than going out, and those people who are going out will be more challenged, be more disadvantaged.
So that says it's a really bad thing, but it doesn't say how you do anything about it. I think we're probably going to have to say that this is a continuing concern that we have, aren't we? Without being able to take it any further ourselves. So let's go on, Simon.
I think the thing about it is that it doesn't sort of pass a natural justice test, because the people on the doorstep who've come to talk to me about this at length say we're not contributing to the congestion and we haven't got an alternative, and I'm getting no value back from having to pay that amount of money. So it's a question of natural justice. This one, people just perceive it just isn't fair, and that's the problem with it. Now the thing is that okay, these are difficult things to devise solutions to, but I think the strong message is this one is just not fair.
Let's be quick, these two contributions. Claire?
If we had a park and ride that you could cycle out to and pick up your car in order to drive to Ely, then it would make it an alternative that would be viable, I think. But it takes a lot of parking arrangement.
Okay, well, I'm seeing no more hands. I think that we'll leave that like I just described it, as a concern that we would be interested to hear of any constructive solutions to, but we don't really know what they could be. We then come to the end of that section. Now, given the time, and given the fact that we've been talking about a number of potential changes that would impact on the sustainable travel zone, making potentially big reductions, or maybe some reductions anyway, in the income and the effectiveness in dealing with congestion. A thought is that the next section of potential changes to the bus or sustainable travel package becomes quite difficult to have the same kind of discussion about, because we know that the original proposals got pretty broad-based support, and the issue really becomes with these, if the sustainable travel zone doesn't generate the funding to support what was originally proposed, which of these do you give priority for or to target? And is that we aren't in a position to quantify anything at this point, and we would need to be talking about real numbers in real packages to understand what the issues would be and what the choices would be. So I'm going to suggest, in the interests of reaching an end point to the discussion, that we say that we would need to see the real illustrations of some of the changes that we talked about before we could enter that part of the conversation. Does that seem sensible to people? Yeah. The one thing that I did park into this part of the discussion was the question of bus franchising, which seems to me that we probably would want to say we see as necessary in harness to any sustainable travel zone and any programme of subsidising bus services.
The only other thing I'd want to add, I think it's a very good conclusion, Tim, would be that we would want some consideration on the benefit side for businesses. I think that's come up a number of times, or solutions to be considered. Well, we can't make a recommendation now, but currently the package of benefits is made new.
So I think that can be taken on board. Claire?
One of the things that really strikes me from this whole process of multiple years is that we have now provoked great engagement. So it's very difficult to get feedback until you put something with £5 written on it. Can we use that now to nudge behaviour of the public in general quickly now, so that buses can actually run better? People do think about whether they're going to use their cars. And can we also put in the technology quite quickly, because it is much easier than it used to be in the old days? Can we put in the technology reasonably quickly to monitor what is actually happening, so that people know that they've used their car 7 days a week to drive 2 miles 7 days a week, and maybe they didn't need to? Is there any way that we can use both this great impetus that we've built up with this provocative suggestion and the technology that can come in more quickly to move people's behaviours so that buses start running reliably?
I don't know.
There's a series of things that wrap around this, around behaviour change. And one of the things that we're exploring in the background as officers at the moment is where are the places we can get that better data, where we understand how people are moving. Because if you understand in more fine-grained detail how people are moving, you're better in position to understand the behavioural nudges that might help them. So the City Access programme in the background is thinking about behaviour change. That's not yet sort of formalised into an output, but it is something we continue to think about. I'll sort of take away an action to have a better think about in the very short term.
Right, I'm going to start the process of summarising where I think we've got to, which I think is not too early relative to the finish time of 15 minutes away. You turn to page 106, the section on recommendations and next steps. There are 3 A, B and C there. First deals with noting the feedback from the consultation. I think that is something that we can pretty easily agree to do, which I think we should add to it the comments that we, I think, had consensus on earlier about the run-up to the consultation and the fairness of the process, and a couple of those all together in A as the feedback to the board. B, we have considered the range of potential adaptations to the consultation proposals. And I think the point that we've run up to, whilst we have expressed, I think, some views, which I think are going to be of value in the next steps, what we have run up against is the fact that, we aren't able to do much than we have today because we just don't have the information that goes with that about their impact. And so we may have said we more or less like or don't like some of them or others, but we can't really envisage a final decision on those until until that information is available. And so I think that under B, we have to reflect the diversity of views that we've just been talking through on section 4 and 5 of the report. I think C then becomes quite an important part of the recommendation to the board, because I think the tenor of our discussion has been that we do want them to proceed with the development of policy here, and that we would like them to take this to the next stage and consider what I wrote down. Do we wish to recommend to the board that the board considers potential options for revised packages and test them against the policy objectives and equalities? And if we do that, do we want to ensure that we can scrutinise them first? Katie?
I would very much like a confirmation that there will be another opportunity for this group, including myself, assembly meeting, to come back and talk about these options going forward, based on maybe with the board as well, rather than making any firm decisions now. I need to think about this. If there's more, if we can have any more from what we've requested, that would be really helpful. That's what I'd like. Another assembly.
So I think in order to have another assembly, there has to be a request of that meeting. So I think we need to say a bit more than that, because I tend to agree with you that we want to be able to scrutinise this at all stages. I think that probably would be a shared feeling that we have. But in order to create a next stage, we have to say what that looks like. I think that's maybe a bit more challenging. Rachel, do you have any suggestion about how, very quietly?
So you now pass it to me, the difficult question.
Well, yes, I mean, to tell us how you see the options about this going forward.
So I think the Assembly's given us an awful lot of feedback to reflect on all of those aspects that we could take away and turn into options that could be evaluated, as you say, against both the objectives that we started out with and a better understanding of some of the impacts which we've touched on through the discussion, but we clearly need to be drawing on a range of technical information as well as deeper dive into the consultation feedback to be able to bring those in a more rounded way. So we can commit to doing that, to trying to take the spirit of what's been discussed here, put it into some different options, do that evaluation, and propose to bring that back and understand the desire that the Assembly would want to look at that again in order to evaluate whether it's A, taken into account what you've discussed today, and B, correctly evaluated the impacts against scheme objectives and the consultation.
Could I just ask you, Rachel, if that's what we did do, it would presumably still be possible that those options would themselves create the need for some more, some.
Absolutely, I think there's an infinite number of combinations of ways in which you can respond to the consultation feedback, and then put technical assessment alongside that. You can come up with some proposals, but it might be that then when they come under your review, when they're in front of the board, there could be other things that you still need to see as a result of that, of course. Yeah.
something that Assembly members would like to happen? Some nods around the table. Put your hands up, yes. It's up.
This is contingent on the hearing, an emphatic emphasis on the equality impacts. And this has got to be progressive. As far as possible, this has got to be a progressive scheme for our most vulnerable and poorest people.
Yes.
It absolutely has to be.
I mean, I think that whatever we look at next needs to be able to be tested against our policy objectives and the equalities considerations. And it needs to, that's our decision framework, isn't it, really? So it has been highlighted that, that Monday, the 26th of June, in the afternoon, is a potential time slot at which we could get the chance to scrutinise what we're talking about before the board considers it. Is that something that you would like to do? And that's probably, I'd like the hands on that one, please, because we can't half have a meeting on the 26th of June. Okay, that is supported. Neil,
just
yes,
very,
I was looking
Chair,
at you.
I think it's all very sensible, and I have a feeling that in amongst all of this, there is something that we can go forward with that will have support, and we'll get those objections. What my specific question is, we were supposed to take something to the July full council on county. That's looking less likely to happen now, isn't it? Given, the board is on the 29th of June. So we're going to have to push that back, are we not? There won't be anything for us to take to that.
Well, I think it's not for us to push it back, but it may be a consequence of it, mightn't it? Yes.
I don't know, it just feels like that.
We talked a lot about the proposals, but we haven't. One of the things that would be interesting at this next meeting would be this balance about the viability. If we change things, the cost implications. The more there's got to be a compromise, but there's this balance between value, and so I think some guidance on that would be helpful.
Sorry, totally agree with that. Graham?
Well, Tim, there's a very good list in 510 on page 103 of all the potential impacts broken down by a list of topics that I wouldn't have thought about if I'd been writing them. To what extent will officers be able to provide all that information in time for whenever it is, 29th or 26th, whenever the date you said? And the only other thing which was missing, which was mentioned by one of the questioners, was about the economic impact. And is that something which needs to be added in separately as what are the economic impacts on Cambridge or Greater Cambridge area of different options?
Question? Lynn?
Yes, we can bring you some work in that. We have some work in the background previously done that we can use to test out options. And so we can bring you some more information on that quite quickly. As we said previously, it may be then in seeing that you want further information and things, so that may not be the final answer. But we can certainly bring you something which allows you to have more of a sense of the impacts of the various choices before you than we've been able to give you thus far.
Thank you for pointing out 510, because that's kind of exactly the list that I was groping around for. Yeah. Yeah. Christina.
Tim, very good summary. 9.1 asked us to give a view about how the executive board should proceed. I think you've summarised that we would like them to proceed, but consider them a range of modifications and exemptions that we as an assembly would like the opportunity to scrutinise further. I would just like to add to that I would like them to take on board the importance of public trust and building public trust in the scheme as well, and how that can be achieved both through how we proceed, but also experiential, but also bringing forward early shifts and things like that, because I think that's come across very strongly as a topic every part of this debate.
In a way, passing forward the question that was asked of us earlier. Yeah. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. Claire?
Thank you. I want to make a point which Annika would make if she were here, and that's about the potential timing of the next meeting. If that could be slightly earlier than afternoon, because obviously if you have childcare responsibilities, then you would need to get away. And it's now almost 5 to 6, so I think one suggestion was that we might start at lunchtime rather than at 2 o'clock.
I mean, it's easy for me to say yes to that. And I'll discover that other people probably can't make it, but no one's shouting, so let's do that a bit earlier, start it a bit earlier. Thank you. Okay, well, look, I think I'm going to stop this while the going's good, and we've got some sort of next steps. I think we've fished out of this very complicated pool. Thank you very much for your contributions. It's been a really long meeting, but discussing a matter of great importance to a lot of people. So I've appreciated people's willingness to listen to each other and to interact about this, because I think that is going to be the only way we start to build trust with other people, by doing that ourselves. Thank you very much, and it sounds like we meet again on the 26th.
Thank you, Chair.
Cheerio.